part of a longer video that was a video of the Lion King and different animals with different politicians' heads superimposed over different animals. I mean, Joe Biden was depicted as a chimpanzee. Well, I mean, is that racist too? And there's been a lot of people pointing fingers, and this is how it always goes. Well, why isn't the left, why isn't the media pointing out what these rioters, these protesters are doing, calling ICE agents the N-word? It's happened multiple times. Not a peep from the media. Why didn't the media call out Joe Biden and condemn Joe Biden? Why wasn't there a massive uproar when Joe Biden, it came out, you know, it's a resurfaced clip. It resurfaces like every other month or so of Joe Biden saying the N-word and saying racist things. Why is there never any of this outrage from the left turned in on their own side, or from the media turned on the left? It's because it's not about any sort of principle. It's not about any sort of moral. It's about power. It will always be about power with the left. They care nothing about double standards. They care nothing about how they are perceived by the right wing. All they care about is convincing people who might not pay attention enough to what is happening in the political sphere, convincing them that they are right so that they can win this moral argument between the left and the right. And unfortunately, a lot of times the left wins this because they are absolutely shameless about how they do it. But guys, I mean, someone that I honestly am very surprised. Actually, I guess I'm not too surprised, but someone jumped on this bandwagon of condemning Donald Trump before even knowing what was happening here. And Tim Scott, man, you know, there is something happening in the Senate right now that is very, very odd. So, of course, the Senate is kind of under the gun right now because the American people want the SAVE Act to be passed. It's the most popular issue in the entire United States. The SAVE Act. Americans want voter ID in our elections. And you'll notice, I want to show you this. So Tim Scott, this is his Twitter feed. This is where politicians go to I guess, talk about what they're doing to their constituents. This is one of the most popular platforms. So this is where, you know, politicians are going to post about what they're doing, what their concerns are, what they're seeing, and as far as things that should be done in U.S. politics. Last time Tim Scott posted was February 4th. And you'll notice if you go through his tweets, there's not a single post that I can see about the SAVE Act. But for some reason, when this story about Donald Trump and these apes started gaining steam, Tim Scott decided to jump on this bandwagon, saying, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it. Not a single peep about the SAVE Act and about voter ID, but for some reason, he found it super necessary to condemn the president of the United States over something that wasn't even his fault. And guys, literally, I think this might be a distraction away from the SAVE Act because it's an absolute meltdown. I'm going to get into Trump's response. What he said, I think his response is perfect, but it's an absolute meltdown that's going on in the media, on the left wing, and even some Republican senators condemning Donald Trump. And it's absolutely ridiculous. This thing has overtaken the news cycle after the SAVE Act took over the news cycle for, it was like almost a week, with Americans demanding change to our voting system, where at the very least we have the smallest of guardrails to ensure that people who are voting are actually American citizens. Because, guys, you can't make this up. I want you to look at this. Even Somalia, yes, you know Somalia, the fraudulent immigrant class here in the United States, even their home country has basic voter ID. And this is absolutely crazy. Check this out.
Authorities have started issuing voter ID cards across Mogadishu as the capital prepares for its first direct municipal council elections in decades under a one-person, one-vote system. Printing at the Somali Independent Election Committee headquarters operates around the clock in 2 8-hour shifts, producing an estimated 30,000 to 40,000 cards daily.
You gotta be freaking kidding me. So even Somalia, ladies and gentlemen, even Somalia has voter ID. And the best we can get is some lip service from some senators talking about voter ID and saying, oh, yeah, we definitely support it. Some of them don't even talk about it. But when Donald Trump makes a mistake, I mean, I wish it wasn't a mistake because personally I found it hilarious. But when Donald Trump tweets it was a single second of the first part of the meme video that depicted the Obama as apes, oh my God, this whole country is crashing down. And, there's a reason, I believe, why these senators, these Republican senators or senators in general over there, they don't want the SAVE Act passed. It's because I think largely they don't agree with Donald Trump's agenda. I believe a lot of the senators don't, because what they're talking about doing is they're talking about ending the zombie filibuster, which is one single tiny little rule change that can be done by John Thune, the Republican leader of the Senate majority. He can make one small rule change and they can end the zombie filibuster, which the way it stands now, in order to get anything passed from the House of Representatives, because it goes to the House and it goes to the Senate. In order to get anything passed, they have to have a 60-vote majority. So you have to have 60 votes in order to pass anything in the Senate right now. So what these senators can do, these Republican senators, they can always blame it on the other side. Well, like, what can we do? What can we do? We can't pass anything. It's the Democrats' fault because they won't come over to our side. And, it's starting to spotlight how ridiculous this is when we look at something as important as voter ID. Because John Thune is something this important. John Thune can make one single rule change, and this would be passed with a simple majority, 51-49. The Republican senators would have to vote for it. And if they didn't vote for it, they'd be exposed for the frauds that they are. And, the zombie filibuster hasn't been around for that long. It's only been around for a few years. Used to, if you were against a piece of legislation being passed, you would have to go up and you would have to talk for hours on end explaining why it's important that this piece of legislation not be passed. Now, it's a uniparty trick, zombie filibuster. They vote to table it for cloture, not exactly the entire process, but the entire process involves 60 votes. And this is how the uniparty wins. This is the argument they're making for why they can't pass the SAVE Act. But it all rests on John Thune's shoulders. So it's very interesting how we have someone like John Thune who is refusing to do this, to make this rule change. And then after there's this big outcry, why is our Republican senators, why aren't they actually representing the will of people? All of a sudden, we get what? We get this whole just outburst over a freaking meme of the Obamas superimposed on apes. It's absolutely ridiculous. But ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is handling this pretty well. I want you to listen to his response as he walked into Air Force One. And I think this is a perfect response. He is the president. He has to appeal to all people. And he was very diplomatic here. This is what he said. He did not apologize. He did not take one step back. He did say it was deleted. But I mean, I honestly, as just a American citizen, just a private individual, I'm like, okay, it's funny. I don't care if he deletes it or not. I'd prefer him kind of not delete it, but I understand why he would. But listen to his response, and I think it's great. Listen.
So, do you have any questions, Mr. President?
Social media post that you took down earlier today, the White House says that a staffer sent it. Who sent it, and are you going to fire them?
I looked at it. I saw it, and I just looked at the first part. It was about voter fraud in someplace, Georgia. There was a lot of voter fraud, 2020 voter fraud. And I didn't see the whole thing. I guess toward the end of it, there was some kind of a picture that people don't like. I wouldn't like it either, but I didn't see it. I looked at the first part, and it was really about voter fraud and the machines, how crooked it is, how disgusting it is. Then I gave it to the people. Generally, they look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody didn't, and they posted, and we took it down, and we did it. But that was a voter fraud that nobody talks about. They don't like to talk about that post. We took it down as soon as we found out about it.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands of things.
Boom.
And I looked at the beginning of it. It was fine. And they had that one post, and I guess it was a takeoff. By the way, a lot of people covered. If you look at where it came from, I guess it was a takeoff on The Lion King. And certainly it was a very strong post in terms of voter fraud. Nobody knew that was in the end. If they would have looked, they would have seen it, and probably they would have had the sense to take it down. But that was a takeoff in the Lion King, and a lot of people were covered on different in different positions. So, but I spoke to Tim Scott. He was great. Tim is a great guy. He understood that 100%.
So, yes, and I love how he put that. Yeah, he was like, yeah, it was a take off the Lion King. Very artistic take off the Lion King. It was done very artistically, and it just so happened that this first part happened to depict the Obamas as apes. It's just kind of funny how he put this. It was a take off it was a take off the Lion King. And believe it or not, it was actually done pretty well. I mean, it was actually pretty funny. If you look through the whole thing, you have Hillary Clinton, you have Joe Biden, of course, you have the Obamas, you have Donald Trump in this meme video. He's the lion, and it's all different kind of animals, and they like to only focus on that. And really, it shows you the thin skin of these people. And the thing you really have to realize, and I know I press on this a lot, and I remind people this all the time, this isn't about them actually having any sort of values. This isn't about them actually believing what Donald Trump was wrong. This is about them seeing a chance to take a shot at the other side and blowing it out of proportion into something it's not. That is just simply the facts of the matter. Because you see these things as an average person, you're like, what are you talking about? You know how you have if you have kids, they get offended over some little slight or something that they interpret as one way. And you look at it and you tell your kid, you tell them, like, listen, just get over it. Yeah, you tell them, listen, you're going to grow up in a world where you're going to face a lot of problems. And if you are always reacting to these small things that you perceive as something, when these things can be perceived or interpreted a billion different ways, you're going to drive yourself absolutely nuts. And this is what happens with the Democrats. They are conditioning the leftists, these Democrats, people on their side, to perceive every single slight as something that is a personal attack against them. Everything that they could even concoct in any way as a slight. They are teaching their side to do this. And it's absolutely dangerous. This is why we have thousands of protesters in Minneapolis protesting ICE, because they were simply told by their leaders like Tim Walz and Jacob Frey that this is the Gestapo. And it's all a conditioning type mindset that has been coming down from the top for years and years and years. And this is what you see happening here. But Donald Trump is not having any of it. He says that he has no message to the many Americans who are offended by the video. And yeah, I mean, really, honestly, guys, why would he? I mean, the simple fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter if Donald Trump apologizes or not. These people are going to keep doubling and tripling down. It's not like you come out and you say, oh, I'm sorry if this offended you. I'm taking it down. I apologize. I shouldn't have done this. We've seen this during the height of the woke mind virus. We saw this happen, where we had people, they would have tweets dug up from like years ago where they said something slightly off color or maybe slightly racist, and they come out and they grovel to the mob and they tell them how sorry they are for saying these things. And what happens after that the apology? Do people just move on? Do these woke, insane people, do they move on? Absolutely not. They keep hammering into them because it's not about anything other than power. It's about exerting power. There's no principle with it whatsoever. And this woke thing makes me absolutely furious. It's why my channel is called Unwoke Thoughts, because if there's anything that triggers me, it's the woke mind virus. But take a listen to Donald Trump, and I love this response by him, where he says he has nothing to say to these people who are offended, because why would he?
Storylines. Gotta be very
What's your message to the many Americans who are offended by the video?
Message. I didn't know about it, so it went up. I really have no message. All I know is, here's my message, and our country has never been in a position like this. We were a laughing stock all over the world, and now we're a country that's respected more than we've ever been respected before. If you go back a year and a half ago, our country was a laughing stock, and now we're respected all over the world, like probably almost never before. I would say maybe like never before. And if you look at from an economic standpoint, the King of Saudi Arabia said it, others said it, we were not a country that was even thought of as a country that was going to make it back. And in 1 year, we're the hottest country. We are right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. So.
Okay, good for you, Trump. Yes, I like that response. But guys, I mean, this is just, it's absolutely crazy what is going on. Even like people like Stephen A. Smith are harping on this. And usually, you know, Stephen A. Smith, a lot of times he has some decent takes, but, you know, all of a sudden he's like king victim over here. And it's just, guys, this is why I think this is a intentional distraction away from some of the stuff that is happening. I think one of those things is the SAVE Act. I think that's the biggest thing right now, because that is something concrete that if we get that passed, this takes a lot of power out of the hands of the Uniparty. Because, I mean, we all know it. It doesn't take a genius to figure this out. It's not a conspiracy theory when you say that the only reason why our elites and our leadership, our congressmen and women, heads of industry, the only reason why they want to be demanding and scrambling to pass voter ID laws is because they want to intentionally keep voter laws vague, election laws vague, in order for them to be able to have as much control over the elections as possible, to tip the scales one way or another. That is just a simple fact. So we have this little thing happen. All of a sudden, you have everyone jump on this bandwagon, including Stephen A. Smith. I mean, usually this guy has some decent takes on things, but I was actually surprised to see this from him. I think he might be, honestly, I think Stephen A. Smith, like I said, he says good things and he says terrible things, bad takes. And when I see something like this, I'm like, is Stephen A. Smith just simply a hired gun? Is that what he is? Stephen A. Smith is a freaking hired gun. I mean, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I can take from his super strong stance of what he is saying here. Take a listen.
Same guy is the guy in the White House using his administration to tell you he had nothing to do with a post that has his fingerprints and his smell and his stench written all over it.
Bro, who cares? What are you even talking about?
One of millions of voices that's speaking against this kind of nonsense.
What? Guys, I mean, the absolute blowing out of proportion that we are seeing from this one issue is just mind-boggling. This is full woke insanity right here. And it's a tool, guys. It's a tool. Once again, I will harp on it and say it has nothing to do with these people being offended. This has everything to do with people seeing a chance to take a shot at the other side so that they can leverage these feelings of anger and about race and about, you know, being slighted, possibly everyone, you know, there's racial tension in this country, whether you like it or not. And this is about them trying to get their grubby little fingers, get their little wedge in that door and try to foment hatred between the different parties, between the different sides. Then, of course, you have your white guilt people that'll jump on the side of the Democrats because, you know, no one wants to be on the side of a racist. No one wants to agree with the racist. Everyone wants to jump to condemn these things. But you got to look at it for what it is. What is it? I mean, at the very worst, it's a off-color joke. At the very worst. Even if it were that and Donald Trump intended to share it, and that's all that was part of that meme video, it was just Barack Obama superimposed on apes. At the very worst, it's an off-color joke. Nothing more. You don't have to blow it up into a huge thing. But when you realize the fact that at the end of the video, it was a screen recording, it scrolled up to the next reel, it was part of a larger video, and this was a staffer that posted it, and they are still harping on what happened, it makes it clear that this has nothing to do with truth. It has nothing to do with reality. It's all about power and trying to bend reality in a way that will help their side, and that's it. Now listen to Hakeem Jeffries here. Hakeem Jeffries, of course. Dollar Store, actually, I can't call him Dollar Store Obama anymore. Dollar Store Obama is Don Lemon, believe it or not. That's my name for Don Lemon. Hakeem Jeffries is Timu Obama, and he is, of course, playing victim, denouncing the Trump administration for this terrible thing that happened. Take a listen.
This disgusting video posted by the so-called president was done intentionally. Donald Trump and his vile, racist, and malignant behavior. This guy is an unhinged bottom feeder. President Obama and Michelle Obama are brilliant, caring, and patriotic Americans. They represent the best of this country. It's time for John Thune, Mike Johnson, and Republicans to denounce this serial fraudster who's sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue pretending to be the president of the United States.
And guys, I think probably the funniest post I saw about this, I want you to look at this. I'm serious. This guy says, I don't know who this guy is. I think this might be like a sarcastic post. He says, I am sick to my stomach, puking and pissing everywhere. My wife is crying. I was a 3X Trump voter, but now after seeing this meme, I regret it big time. This is the worst thing I have ever seen. But that is literally like the extent of what you are seeing from the left. It's just like, what are you guys even talking about? But it's being pointed out in the news on the mainstream media by some people that are actually willing to point this out. On CNN, they're pointing out the fact that, you know, this whole mistake that was done by Donald Trump, and like I said, I don't care if it's a mistake or not, but it was a mistake. You know, usually the president is not going to tweet out something like this unless there is a conspiracy theory that he did this specifically to draw attention to the video so more people will view the first part about voter fraud. So that could be a possibility for sure. But it appears to be a mistake. I don't know whether it is or not. I think it's a mistake. But there's just a giant spotlight on this right now. But protesters, there's been videos of protesters calling ICE agents the N-word. I mean, multiple videos. And where is the left condemning these protesters, talking about these protesters? And the best thing that they can do is say, well, these protesters aren't the president of the United States. But the fact of the matter is we have kind of a historical perspective of this coming from the left. When it comes from the left, it's ignored. When it comes from the right, even if it's a mistake, it is spotlighted. Take a listen to this.
But I guess does it reflect on, if you are a Trump supporter and it doesn't matter to you that he is trafficking in racist tropes, does that reflect back on you?
If you were a Menendez supporter, who got convicted of bribes. In a really ugly incident we saw in Minnesota, protesters called an ICE officer the N-word.
Those protesters are not the president of the United States.
Do leftists have to own that?
That was unacceptable too.
I don't think that leftists have to own that. I don't think that Republicans have to own.
He is the president. That's a important fact here. He is the president. Let me play with the primary.
Oh, Abby Phillips. Oh, Abby Phillips. How little you know. But this was Laura Logan. She kind of brought up the issue, or kind of the perspective of maybe this was done intentionally because Trump knew what was going to happen. Trump knew that the left was going to jump on this because they're like rabid dogs whenever they smell even just a tiny little scent of racism coming from the right, anything that you could even interpret as racism. So he did this maybe on purpose so that they could drive traffic to this video. This is what she says. Call me crazy, but that shot at the end is classic information warfare. Now everyone is going to watch that voter fraud video, which is the real point. It drives traffic and captures the algorithm. Sure, there will be backlash, but what they're going to say about racism has been said a million times before. That could be a possibility. That could be a possibility. Now, Carrie Ann Levette, she's also doing some fantastic work here. So the staffer that ostensibly posted this video is not going to be fired. And this is like the best news. You know, there's actually, there was another tweet. I won't read it because I can't get to it really quickly right now, but it was by Bill O'Reilly saying that this staffer should be fired. I'm like, what kind of like jelly backbone do some of our right-wing individuals have? Like Bill O'Reilly, he's kind of like a right-wing guy, you know, and it's just like, you know, you look at this, Bill O'Reilly, he's been around for a long time. He's kind of from the grand old party from like way back. He was a talk show host. It's like seeing how some of these people who have been around for a long time, who have kind of shaped the party, it's almost like you can now realize why the GOP in the United States is in the dire straits that it is, because these people have absolutely no backbone. I mean, these people are absolutely spineless. And seeing how people like Tim Scott, these neocons, Bill O'Reilly, I used to love Bill O'Reilly. I still kind of like him. He does have good takes. But people like him, Tim Scott, they're absolutely spineless. They just kind of shift wherever the wind blows. And this is the problem with our modern day GOP. It's got to stop. This is why we're in such dire straits in the country. But listen to Carrie Ann Levette talk about how she is not going to, or they are not going to, fire the staffer that posted this meme. Take a listen.
It's been issue after issue. At the same time, and I know you've been dealing with this today, but Donald Trump's Truth Social post set off a firestorm online. I only noticed it this morning because I was writing, but it was a video that he had posted portraying Michelle and Barack Obama with an ape motif, and I guess there were other politicians who were portrayed in other animal motifs as an internet meme. Tim Scott, the senator, obviously African American, said he was praying it was fake because it was the most racist thing he'd ever seen out of the White House. The president should remove it. Caroline, I know the president did remove it, deleted it, but it was up for, I think, 12 hours or something like that. How did this happen? And can you really throw a staffer under the bus for this?
Well, look, Laura, it was a meme that was posted by a staffer on the president's True Social account. It was from a Lion King video depicting, as you pointed out, different Democrats as different animals. I think Kamala Harris was depicted as a turtle in this video meme. The president did take it down. He spoke with lawmakers today.
Hillary Clinton was the warthog.
Out of respect for them, including Senator Tim Scott, the post was removed. But leave it to the leftist media, of course, to talk about this all day, rather than talk about the fact that the Dow has broken over 50,000 points for the first time in our nation's history, rather than talk about how Americans are demanding the SAVE Act. How about that? That's what I think the real issue is here. Guys, there's a lot of different things we can be talking about, but instead of we're having a national conversation about racism once again, we're kicking a dead horse once again. It's just like, no, can we? I was thinking this morning, I was like, our GOP, our Congress, just in general, they're like schizophrenic ADHD idiots. They can't focus on one thing. And it happens so much, you gotta, at some point, think to yourself, is it intentional? How about we focus on this one conversation, because the vast majority of the American voters are behind voter ID. How about we focus on that? How about we say, I don't really care that much if Donald Trump posted something that just so happened to have Obama superimposed on apes. I'm more interested in whether or not we're being represented when we vote. I'm more interested in whether or not my vote is actually matters. That's what I care about, because if it doesn't, then all of this is just pure theater, and we're just being satiated for the purposes of, I don't know, large corporations and special interests. And we just cast that ballot, and it's just a piece of paper. It's just a touch of a touchscreen, and we feel good about ourselves because we did our duty. We did our civic duty. But for some reason, they don't want us to think that our civic duty is ensuring that the process is actually legitimate, because that's all part of it. And then when we start getting too concerned about it, what happens? Well, we saw it during 2020. We saw people get banned. And then when we start demanding the SAVE Act, Voter ID, Save America Act, what happens? Oh, Donald Trump posted a video that included a 1-second piece of a meme with Obama and Michelle Obama superimposed over apes. Oh, this is the worst thing ever. Then we have Republican senators that will tweet about that and not about the SAVE Act. Are you freaking kidding me? I'm sorry. But does anyone else see an issue here? But ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today. This was a long video. I feel very passionately about this one. Let me know what you think down below in the comments. Like and subscribe to my channel. I'd really appreciate it. But until then, I'll see you on the next one.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney said today the Obama administration's decision to investigate CIA personnel for tactics used on terrorism suspects, and I quote, serves as a reminder why so many Americans have doubts about this administration's ability to be responsible for our nation's security. His criticism follows the release yesterday of a report on CIA actions after 9/11. Brian Ross joins us now. Brian?
Charlie, even as the vice president was criticizing the release of the CIA report, ABC News learned that some of the most shocking allegations were kept secret by the Obama administration. Of the 109 pages in the report, 36 are fully blacked out and another 30 substantially blacked out. A senior official who has read the full report says among the portions kept secret are the Inspector General's findings on the deaths of 3 detainees in Iraq and Afghanistan, the fact that the CIA could not adequately determine the whereabouts of several more missing detainees, and that there were fears that the waterboarding of 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed almost killed him. He was waterboarded 183 times. The top Republican on the House Intelligence Committee says he thinks more should be made public.
At this point in time, my bias would be towards transparency and towards releasing more information.
It was clear today that the partisan battle lines have now been drawn over the CIA, led on one side by the former vice president, who has long been the chief defender of the CIA's harsh interrogation techniques.
They were legal, essential, justified, successful, and the right thing to do.
It was at Cheney's request that the CIA made public yesterday 2 top-secret reports that said the detainee interrogations were pivotal. Detainees have given us a wealth of useful information on al-Qaeda, the report says, thwarting a number of al-Qaeda operations, including a proposed 9/11-style attack on Los Angeles, on London's Heathrow Airport, and the capture of a leading Southeast Asia al-Qaeda leader named Hambali, who reportedly had 70 operatives ready to carry out terrorist attacks in the West.
Nowhere in the reports, however, does the CIA ever draw a direct connection between the valuable information and the specific use of the harsh tactics. So, Charlie, there's just enough for both sides to argue about, while CIA officers in the field are left to figure out just what is expected of them.
Our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross.
Now, before I show you Bill Maher going completely nuclear on the Democrats, let me ask you something real quick. Why is it that every year, like clockwork, Hollywood elites turn award shows into political rallies and then act shocked when normal Americans call out the hypocrisy?
So Billie Eilish, she gets an award for like dipshit of the decade. I mean, I don't know. So she's up there getting the award. Here's what she said. These celebs, they kill me.
No one is illegal on stolen land. Yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting. And
nobody's illegal on stolen land. I'm not even sure I should do right now. I got a recommendation for you. How about you shut the fuck up? Just say, Hey, Bill, do you go by Bill? I don't really care. Okay. Bill, I got an idea. You're probably worth, I don't know, 10 million, 20 million. Take about 10 milli. Go buy up a bunch of like lots and then return them to the people you think they were stolen from. Well, I don't know who there's. Of course you don't. There is no such thing as stolen land. There is land people live on and there's land people don't live on. Okay. This stolen land bullshit in the United States. Give it back. Okay. This is a lifetime update. The Tongva tribe reacts to Bill as the first people of Greater Los Angeles Basin. We do understand our home is situated in our ancestral land. Eilish has not contacted our tribe directly regarding her property. We will follow up today. Yes, I love you, the member of the Tongva tribe. You guys are heroes.
Now, this right here is the blueprint. You got a multimillionaire celebrity standing on stage in front of the wealthiest room in entertainment, telling everyday Americans how immigration policy should work. Mind you, this is all the while living in a gated, luxury, protected community, by private security. I don't know if it's in a protected community. I should have just said protected security, but I want you to notice something. No nuance, with no policy discussion, no trade-off, just slogans from that award show. Because that's what Hollywood activism usually is, performance. It's always performative. It's never solution-based, right? But backlash didn't stay on local media. Nope, it did not. It made it all the way to the White House briefing room.
And finally, new rule memo to Democrats. If you ever want to win an election again, the absolute most important first step is stop doing this.
We gather in celebration of the Oscars on the ancestral lands of the Tongva, Tataviam, and Chumash peoples, the traditional caretakers of this water and land.
This is where he's about to start snapping, so prepare yourself.
Yeah, I don't know if we're still saying cringe. But if we are, that's this. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Either give the land back or shut the up. Look, I understand the desire to right the wrongs of the past, especially when you get to take the moral high ground and then build an 8,000 square foot mansion on it. And I'm sure Julianne Hough is sincere about her love for the Chumash people, but I doubt she drives to work in a canoe, scavenges for acorns, or lives in a dome house made of reeds and dried mud. That's Woody Harrelson.
This post comes with the caption, Mar nails Hollywood hypocrisy again. Billie Eilish at the Grammys. No one is illegal on stolen land. F ICE. Meanwhile, a multi-million-dollar LA mansion sits on Tongva territory. Bill Maher's timeless roast. Give it back or shut the up. Spot on then. Spot on now. Hypocrite or just performative? What do you think? Should celebs put their money where their mouth is where this comes from. Comes with. And here's why Bill Maher resonated here. He's not coming from it as a politician. He's coming at it from the hypocrisy angle. You can't stand on a stage talking about stolen land while sitting on multi-million-dollar property built on the exact thing you're condemning. That contradiction is what drives people who QQ for Cocoa Puffs. And once that contradiction starts getting called out, the narrative starts unraveling pretty fast. I'm for real. Like really fast, y'all. Which brings us to the response from the administration.
I'm sorry?
The statements of Bad Bunny saying ICE out.
Yeah, look, I think it's very ironic and frankly sad to see celebrities who live in gated communities with private security, with millions of dollars to spend protecting themselves, trying to just demonize, law enforcement, public servants who work for the United States government to enforce our nation's laws. And you didn't hear this same type of uproar from celebrities in Hollywood when the previous administration allowed an invasion of our nation's borders and allowed innocent women and girls like Jocelyn Nungaray and Laken Riley to be killed and raped and murdered at the hands of people who should have never been in our country in the first place. And now you have law enforcement who are simply trying to do their jobs to remove violent predators like those who took the lives of innocent Americans. There was no uproar from Hollywood and the elitist crowd at the Grammys then, but there is now, and I think that speaks to the unfortunate irony that we're seeing in Hollywood today.
Now, this is where the conversation shifts from celebrity theater to real-world consequences, because while Hollywood debates optics, law enforcement deals with outcomes. And that right there is the clear disconnect. One side speaks in symbolism, the other side speaks in responsibility. That divide didn't stop backstage at the Grammys either. I just want y'all to know that. Because what looked spontaneous to viewers started to look a lot more like, look a lot more coordinated when people dug deeper.
All right, we've got an interesting guest on this. Sports journalist and media personality Emily Austin got to take in this dumpster fire live right there in the room. Take a listen to this.
I'm so edgy. It's oh my god.
Standing ovation for Ice Out. I'm gonna sit down. You should all be ashamed of yourself. We love America. I love our law enforcement.
Emily joins us now to talk about it. All right, so bring us into the room last night. What's it like to sit through something like that?
Personally, I love music. You know, I'm your typical Gen Zer with more brain cells than most people in my generation. So I just wanted to have a great time. And unfortunately, I could have anticipated people like Billie Eilish speaking up with the Ice Out pins. But I'll tell you something nobody's talking about. On my way to the red carpet, there were folks at the Grammys handing out Ice Out pins. Now, if you remember, Haley and Justin walked the red carpet wearing Ice Out. Yeah. And I thought to myself, that's bizarre, because they don't pretend to be educated on matters, and I don't think anyone instructed them to do this. Why would they do such a thing? And then to nobody's surprise, I find out that there was a coordinated effort in spreading this agenda throughout the event. So fortunately, most celebrities remained silent on the matter, but the few who did use the opportunity on stage to call for Ice being out have to be the biggest hypocrites in the game, because each and every single one of these people walked into the arena with 15-foot barricades and security, their own private hired security, living in multi-million-dollar mansions with gates. That doesn't sound like an open border to me. No. And then Miss Billie Eilish, who said no one is illegal on stolen land, has a restraining order for a gentleman who broke into her home. But you stole that land, so why not give it to this gentleman who broke in?
It doesn't make a lot of... I thought the same thing about Bieber and his girlfriend, because the girlfriend is the daughter of Stephen Baldwin, who's actually a friend of this network. I mean, he's a very conservative dad, is Haley Bieber's father. And but you know, in that moment, they're going to give you that pin. And I think for a lot of people, it's like, you're going to put this on. And if you don't, you're going to go on our little list. And you don't want to be on that list, because you might not get invited back. You might find yourself being removed from that little bubble that they've created there. And I think that's how they get everybody in there just clapping like seals, because you'd be terrified to go against the regime in Hollywood.
The regime is a great way to put it. Unfortunately, you just nailed it. Everyone in that room, they're sheep, and sheep follow more sheep. And there's no alpha there to really just take an initiative and say, you know what, I'm sorry, this is wrong. I can't tell you that one person who speaks about ICE from Hollywood actually has a single clue of what they're talking about. And if anything, to be completely honest with you, if I knew someone in there had some sort of a backbone and actually meant what they said, you know what? Difference of opinion. I know how to agree to disagree. But everyone in there was one sheep just following another. They were doing what they thought was cool at the time, because if they really cared about morals, they would have spoke about Iran. But you didn't see any of those women on stage speaking about the tens of thousands being killed because it didn't fit the agenda, and they weren't handing out free Iran pins.
Yeah, and because they'd be terrified to ever criticize Islam, because Islamic people are not white, and so they're victims. And so you can't criticize anything they do, even when it's an atrocity against their own people. You can't touch that. But you sure as hell can touch standard immigration enforcement in this country. Emily, thanks so much, and it was wild to see you got in that thing. We appreciate you coming on, though. Good to see you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, actor Kevin.
Now
everybody's reporting the same stories, the same.
Now we're getting production level politics. Pins distributed inside one of the most security locked events on the planet. I mean, what? And we supposed to believe that it just happened? Come on, y'all. Smarter than that. Nothing enters those venues accidentally. I mean, maybe Snoop Dogg and some weed, but he knew somebody to get that in there. But anyhow, nothing into those venues accidentally. Nothing circulates without approval. That's not grassroots at all. That's quite literally orchestration, which is the word, or orchestrated, which was the word that I wanted y'all to put in the last video. But yeah, and when you lay that with the speeches, the messaging, the all the visuals, it starts looking less like activism and more like branding. Seriously, and that's exactly why critics start zeroing in on it.
I arrive in my retrofit dress. I'm feeling good. Have this clutch that went super viral. Now, what I did not realize was when you walk into the Grammys yesterday, there are people handing out Ice Out pins. You all probably saw Justin and Haley on the red carpet wearing Ice Out. I don't think that was part of their glam plan. I don't think any stylist was like, hey, you should wear this. And I don't think Haley and Justin thought of it themselves. I don't think they're that creative. How about that? But they ended up wearing that, and it broke all these headlines, and everyone wore it. But why? Why? This person was not a bystander handing out ice out pins. If you saw the amount of police, why do you have police? I thought that's law enforcement, and apparently y'all don't respect them. Barricades 15 feet tall, police cars, police officers, machine guns, agents patrolling the crypto arena to make sure that the celebrities that are inside that arena are kept protected and safe. Those are the people that everyone on stage is berating.
And this is the part Hollywood does not like people thinking about. Because once you expose the staging, the illusion cracks. It's gone. It stops looking rebellious. It stops looking authentic. It starts looking like a scripted moment designed for applause with zero personal cost attached. Meanwhile, the same celebrities opposing enforcement still hire enforcement privately. Man, that's it. That's the hypocrisy theme again, right there. And if it keeps resurfacing, you know, which is why many of voices started pushing back hard.
The people say, oh, you got to respect their opinion. Now, I do respect their opinion, but I don't value their opinion because their opinion is not informed. If I want to hear a great song, I listen to Lady Gaga. If I want to hear about immigration policy, I listen to Stephen Miller, who also has a great voice. What else can Miller do?
But hey, we might find out. Harold Ford.
The people say, oh, you got
Jesse, man. Now, this clip works because it taps into something most viewers already feel. Expertise matters. Being talented doesn't automatically equal being informed. That skepticism is growing pretty fast, especially when policy discussions get reduced to stage slogans. So the final pushback, it came with zero softness.
Do you think Billie Eilish is going to allow any trespassing on the stolen land that she owns on the coast of the Pacific?
I just keep thinking about what her publicist and everyone is saying after this, because the second she said it, it was a beauty to watch Twitter light up. And I'm also glad that you brought up what happened in Martha's Vineyard. I looked up that video today, Jesse. See, great minds think alike. Because I'm like, remember when they stood there and they were so angry about what Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott were doing from Florida and Texas and sending them their way. And then they sat there and said, adios. Good luck. Like, none of these people actually mean what they say. So is Billie Eilish going to follow through and welcome them on to that stolen land, 14 million? Will her security guard allow them to come on her property? I'm sure she would tell her security guard to lay low, let them in. Give me a break.
And do you think Billie Eilish is going to...
Now, this is where the argument lands. Because at the end of the day, people aren't reacting to celebrities having opinions. They're reacting to the double standard. Lecture the public while living insulated from the consequences of those lectures. That's what keeps triggering backlash right there. That's what keeps driving cultural division right now in America. And that's exactly why moments like Mars goes viral. These Democrats want millions of us out here under this spell of rhetoric. Hollywood can keep performing, but Americans, we're getting pretty good at spotting the scripts. So if you made it to the end of this video, I want you to write unfiltered. Yes, write unfiltered, man, because that's all we're trying to do is bring the unfiltered truth here. While they over there adding on their filters and effects. Y'all be safe. Go check on a friend today. You can quite literally be saving his life. I'm over here planning some last minute stuff for my son's 16th birthday. I appreciate the comments, y'all. Happy birthday, Steven, and telling, saying all that your dad is all this type. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It's pretty cool. I can't wait to show him that. Like, yeah, son, look. What your daddy doing on the internet? I am somebody. My sons, my kids, they don't care nothing about none of it, which I love, but Anywho, let me stop talking. I'm talking y'all ears out. Be safe. Go check on somebody today. You could be saving a life. Okay. Pay. Okay, so today we've got Mike Tyson, everyday Americans, black conservatives, and even people who ain't fully picked sides yet, all saying the same thing that completely wrecks the story that we've been fed for years. And the left, oh, their reaction is exactly how you'd expect. Let's start.
But listen, my whole experience with President Trump is that he's just a genuine, real person. If he got your back, he's with you 100%.
Yeah, he's a loyal guy. That's
my experience with him. That's my experience with him. Yeah, that's why I'm for him 100% because he's never been nothing but for me.
He's one of the most loyal guys you'll ever meet. Are you?
But listen,
huge shout out to Mike Tyson because he's backed Donald Trump at every phase of his presidency, man, maintaining that same stance. This right here is what drives the Democrats crazy. It's not just what Tyson said, it's who said it. You can't paint Mike Tyson as some political puppet. He's a cultural icon, global name, built-in credibility. And notice what he talked about. Loyalty, character, personal experiences. That cuts through the media talking points. I mean, slice it. Because the left, they don't want people evaluating leadership based on lived experiences. They want approved opinions delivered through approved outlets. The moment someone outside the system says something different, smear mode activates. And this isn't isolated. It connects directly to something bigger happening right now.
You see, folks, Donald Trump has now ruptured and took a wrecking ball to the global order. That global order with the globalists has been demolished. But what's interesting is that the move that Canada, Mark Carney, is making when he announced the New World Order, when he negotiated with China. Macron from France is now stating that he would like to build bridges and be invited to the BRICS nation summit. So we have some interesting things that's occurring. But as you can see, folks, we've been the pawns in the game of the globalists. And a lot of people are missing the fact that the globalist has been running the world and not really paying attention. So these people like China, who we claim to be our enemies, a threat, Russia being a threat, they claim. It's amazing how France and Canada, all of a sudden, China is not so much of a threat, or Russia. But Russia, I don't think they're a threat like what it was before when it was the Soviet Union. But notice how these elites, these world leaders who are led and ran by the globalists, changed their position real quick to cozy up to China and want to now align themselves with BRICS, who is trying to destabilize the dollar and go to a different currency than the dollar. So it's going to be interesting. But keep your eyes out. Keep watching and looking. But I trust my president, Donald Trump, who's protecting America. That's the real, folks. You don't got to agree. That's just my opinion. But I trust my president. And I believe that what he's doing is in the best interest of America. But I think so many people have the Trump derangement syndrome. They can't see the good that he's doing for the American worker. He's about to he's putting a cap on these credit card companies, 10%. for at least a year. That'll give us opportunity to get out of some of the debt that we're in. Being charged high interest rate from these credit card companies. He's about to ban these corporations from buying up homes. That'll give Americans an opportunity to own a home and not be in competition with these corporations who buying all these houses out for people to rent. So he's doing a lot of good things, folks. So look at it for what it is. The facts of what you can see. Y'all enjoy your day. Peace and love.
I know that's right. Now,
see, folks, Donald Trump.
Let's go ahead and zoom out real quick, because while media outlets argue narratives, policy and global positioning are actually shifting. Housing market protection, credit pressure relief, international power balance changes. You don't have to agree with every single point here. That's not the takeaway. The takeaway is this. People are talking policy again instead of slogans. And that's dangerous for narrative politics, because narrative politics depend on emotional labeling, not citizens comparing results. When people start asking who benefits, who gets relief, who gains leverage from this, that's when the conversation stops being controllable. And when that happens, you start seeing tension explode at the local level.
My name is John McCauley. I'm with a grassroots organization called Flip Philly Red. We're here to give something different to Philadelphia, something that y'all are not used to because you've been voting Democrat for the mayor's office for the past 70 years. It's not MAGA who's doing all of the carjacking and the shootings. When we talk about ICE, when 78 million people, 7 swing states, including Pennsylvania, we voted for this. We voted for this. We gave a mandate. So I want to sit here and tell U.S. Senator John Fetterman, U.S. Senator Dave McCormick to vote yes and support H.R. 7147. I sit here in disgust as I watch Kendra Brooks, Jamie Gunthier hold up pictures of a domestic terrorist, Renee Good. I'd never seen her put up a picture of Dakara Thompson, a 19-year-old who was raped and murdered by an illegal alien and thrown over a bridge. I never seen her put up a picture of Lincoln Riley, who was raped and murdered. I never seen her put up a picture of Larisha Thompson, a mother. I named 2 black women, by the way. And y'all sit here and pander to white liberal women like Renee Good.
Could you speak on the resolution?
I'm speaking on all of it. It's my First Amendment right. I'm gonna speak. It all goes hand in hand.
Just make
because
sure
we
you speak
funded
on
to
the
deport
resolution.
20. We wanted a fund. We want a fund to deport 20 million illegal aliens that was imported in here by the Biden and Harris administration with the help of the cartels. So won't y'all stand up for Americans for once? Because America comes first.
And here's the part they really hate. You have a citizen speaking emotionally, bluntly, passionately, and instead of engagement, microphone cut. Now, look, regardless of where you land politically, this is exactly why people distrust institutions, because, selective amplification is obvious. They pick and choose. Some voices get protection. Some voices get promotion. And a lot of voices get silenced. And when people see that pattern, it radicalizes them further. The left, that is. That's not unity. That's narrative gatekeeping. And it's fueling a much larger cultural shift, especially around identity politics right now. It's something to see, y'all.
Y'all can miss me with all that whining and crying and shit. I've never been a monkey. I'll never be a monkey. Never have been a monkey. Doesn't take away my integrity. Doesn't take away my skin color. Doesn't take away my ambition. Doesn't take away my confidence as a black woman. I can't relate. It does not bother me. What did Trump do that's wrong? I don't think he did anything that's wrong. His staff members, whoever, what? The Democratic Party isn't a bunch of wild animals? I see them as wild animals. And you got the lion in there taming all these motherfuckers. That's how I see it. But, I'm pretty sure the Democrats can relate because that's all they do is thrive off of the racist tropes. That's their whole party, is thriving off of racist tropes. Y'all are real sensitive. For real. Maybe I'm just, I don't see, fuck ever.
Now, this is where the script completely breaks. Yeah, because the entire modern political machine runs on demographic predictability, vote blocks, identity alignment, group loyalty expectations, if you will. When individuals reject victim framing, that model completely collapses. And what happens next? You know, they get attacked, we get labeled, dismissed, delegitimized practically, not debated ever, because debate risks exposure for them. And she's not the only one saying this either.
I'm a black woman in America with conservative views, and somehow that offends more people than actual racism. The moment I don't agree, I'm no longer independent or strong, I'm a... Funny how respect disappears when I don't vote or think the way I'm expected to. Here's the part they hate the most. My identity does not belong to a political party. My skin color isn't a contract. And my mind is not up for group ownership.
Come on.
You don't have to agree with me, but you will respect my right to think for myself.
Ooh. Short, direct, but powerful. You know, this is something people experience quietly all the time. Respect that disappears the moment independent thinking decides to show up. That's nowhere near democracy as they claim it, even though, you know, constitutional republic. That's ideological compliance testing. And when people fail the test, they're treated like defectors. Which leads us directly into this very next moment, where narrative accusations meet real world outcomes.
President Trump, I just want to thank you for being a man of your word and bringing me home to my family. 3 months without my 2-year-old has been, words can't express what it's been for me. And just watching you sign my pardon and get me free, I'm just so grateful, and you're just a hero, and you literally saved my life. And if Kamala had won, not only do I know I would have gotten out in like 2028, but I was nervous that she would probably try to re-indict me on something else. These people are vicious, and I know this is just the beginning. This isn't the end. This is just a start, but justice has to come. But thank you for getting the ball rolling on righteousness and justice in this nation. And so just thank you from me, my daughter Eleanor, and my husband.
I thank you as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We love you. And we thank you. We thank you.
God bless you.
Look, you put a black family back together so they can never say you a racist.
Never.
Take care.
I know, right?
We
gotta go. Yeah, we leaving. All right.
Beautiful moment right there. Beautiful moment. This is what things get uncomfortable for the narrative defenders, though, because lived reality doesn't always align with media framing. You've got gratitude, emotion, family respect, and impact. And that can complicate the simplified storylines that's been pushed for years. Politics isn't just ideology on social media, X specifically. It affects real people in tangible ways. And when those people speak, it forces observers to confront nuance, which, again, the modern outrage ecosystem hates, because nuance doesn't drive clicks. Conflict does. And speaking of conflict, let's end it here.
Why is it that you can't have a normal conversation with somebody on the left? It's like, if you don't agree with what they say, they freak the out. And it's like, everybody can agree to disagree. If y'all actually talk to me, y'all would know that I agree with some things on the left and I agree with some things on the right. And y'all immediately go to Trump, and now I'm a Trumpy, and y'all don't want to hear what I have to say, and now I'm racist, and now I want to be white, and I like all this shit, you know what I'm saying? That's why I can't talk to nobody on the left, because they can't even hear you out what you have to say. It's like, if y'all just hear people out and kind of like, you know, give your opinion, you hear their opinion, maybe y'all will agree to disagree, you know what I'm saying? But like, y'all go straight to like attacking, having such bad attitudes. It's like, we can't even have a normal, like, not even a debate, just like a normal conversation about it. Why is it that
normal conversation with the left? Oh man, this might be the most relatable clip in the entire lineup. Not even yelling, no campaigning, no preaching it. Just somebody asking for a normal conversation, and somehow this is controversial in 2026, y'all. That should tell you everything about the temperature, modern discourse. And here's the reality. You don't have to agree with Tyson. You don't have to agree with conservatives, and you don't have to agree with the liberals. But if disagreement automatically triggers labeling instead of dialogue, that's not progress. We call that tribalism. And tribalism is exactly how populations stay divided while power structures stay comfortable. So I'll leave you with this. Are narratives collapsing, or are people just finally comparing stories to reality? Sound off in the comments. And if you made it to the end of this video, I want you to write America first. Yeah, we're going to try that one. Y'all be safe. Go check out somebody today. You can quite literally be saving their life. Peace.
On. All right, now we're good. Okay. The committee will come back to order. Now, pursuant to notice, I call up a report containing a resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Secretary.
I have a point of order.
Point of order. State your point.
Are the amendments going to precede the vote on the two resolutions, or is it the other way around?
We'll vote on the amendments. We're going to roll everything to the end of the committee so we can have everybody back in here to vote on.
Good. Thank you.
All right. So I just read that. All right. As I was saying, pursuant to notice, I call up a report containing a resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Secretary of State Hillary R. Clinton in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a duly issued subpoena issued by this committee. The clerk will report the report, which has been distributed in advance.
A report containing a House resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find former Secretary of State Hillary R. Clinton in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a duly issued subpoena issued by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
I ask unanimous consent that the report be considered as read and open for amendment at any point without objection. So ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will please report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute offered to the contempt report as offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the report. As with President Clinton, the committee believes that Secretary Clinton possesses information that is relevant to this committee's investigation. Specifically, Secretary Clinton's testimony may shed light on the activities of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and their efforts to establish relationships and curry favor with influential people. As former Secretary of State, Clinton may also have information regarding the federal government's efforts to combat international sex trafficking. Secretary Clinton's refusal to discuss that information in person and on the record directly obstructs the committee's investigation. The committee must enforce these bipartisan subpoenas through bipartisan support of this contempt of Congress resolution. I urge all my colleagues to support this contempt report, and I now yield to Ranking Member Garcia for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. I just want to again just repeat that once again, Oversight Democrats have been clear that we want to hear from anyone with knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. We made that clear earlier. We'll continue to make that clear. One thing that's important to note is that on numerous occasions, Secretary Clinton has made statements, both in the public and to this committee, that she has no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein or his activities. And I just want to put that into the record. It's not clear to me, as it's not clear to many others, as to why Secretary Clinton has been a target of this investigation. The Secretary submitted a sworn declaration under penalty of perjury that she had no memory of ever meeting Mr. Epstein, never flew on his plane, and never held any office with responsibility for investigating his activities. She testified to having met Ghislaine Maxwell, possibly in passing, but did not have a relationship with her. Now, oversight Republicans did not pursue subpoenas to former attorneys general and FBI officials who certified that they had no knowledge of the case. And Hillary Clinton should have her subpoena dealt with in the same way. Again, I think having and asking questions of Secretary Clinton is appropriate to this committee. It's also appropriate that we deal with her case in the way we have dealt with others that have been able to answer in writing or have been dismissed by the majority. At least up to this point, the evidence that we've collected by our committee support Secretary Clinton's assertions. No one who is serious about justice for Epstein survivors believes that Hillary Clinton has somehow been involved in Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. We also know that, of course, that Donald Trump is very clear about weaponizing against his opponents. In fact, he's famously, of course, led the call to lock her up since the 26 election campaign and is clearly moving forward to do the same. A contempt resolution against Hillary Clinton would expose a weaponization in this Epstein investigation. If we have additional questions for Secretary Clinton, we should ask those, we should work with her and her team, and we should get her to answer those in front of the committee. But again, this is an attempt to politicize and attack Donald Trump's political enemies. We need to ensure that we hear from folks that are critical of this investigation, and at the center of that are folks like Pam Bondi, who will not be appearing in front of this committee, to be clear, but the Judiciary Committee, and Ghislaine Maxwell, which it's finally we're about to actually hopefully get some additional answers from her. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I found it interesting that you acknowledge that Pam Bondi is not moving at a speed or pace to your liking. And I think the biggest concern for many of us who are looking at not only ensuring a real investigation to give these victims, these survivors, the respect that they deserve and the justice that they deserve, but it just appears over and over that we are not using the same standards as a result of partisanship. Again, having conducted and these types of investigations as a district attorney, you don't skip steps. If the evidence is there, you review the evidence and you follow where that evidence leads you. You review the evidence, develop your theory of the case, and then you conduct your investigation based on the evidence. Now, there are times when you don't have the evidence and you do have to try and investigate in different ways to try to get that evidence. But in this case, we have the evidence. This Congress voted on a bipartisan basis to have that evidence released. But yet, we're trying to skip steps for political points. And again, Mr. Chair, you acknowledged Pam Bondi not moving at the speed or pace that you like, but you were still comfortable with the 1% of the files that we got. 1%, 99% not, we still don't have anything. Not 20%, not 30% we're missing, or 40 or 50. 99% of the files that we're missing. But yet, there's no criminal contempt push with respect to Pam Bondi or any urgency, but yet the legal analysis for criminal contempt is that there is no cooperation, that there's no negotiation, because the case law, the courts have determined, as long as there is is there is negotiation, good faith negotiation. You have to give time for that. And that's not moving at the speed and pace or pace that the committee prefers. But in this case, we're jumping right to criminal contempt. And what I would say is, like, just about every member that on my side of the aisle has said, we want to talk to anyone who has evidence pertaining to these survivors. Anyone. And if we go down, and I want to hear from the Clintons, if this committee is successful in going down a criminal pathway, we're not going to hear from them. And that defeats the purpose. You get your political points, but it defeats the purpose. And so at the appropriate time, if anyone were refusing to work with this committee, and as we've seen with the affidavits, this does not apply to the Clintons. If anyone refuses to come to this committee without, and just ignores it, then all of us will support the appropriate remedies. But in this case, it's clear that this is a partisan attack to try and score points, as opposed to actually trying to do a real investigation to give the survivors in this case the justice that they deserve. And this committee, this Congress, should be above that. I yield my time to the ranking member if he so chooses.
I'm okay, thank you, Mr. Church.
I'll recognize myself for a few seconds. Our report lays out that Hillary Clinton had both a personal relationship with Maxwell as well as a financial relationship with Epstein. She's had 5 months as well to come before this committee. We voted in a bipartisan manner to issue her a very lawful subpoena, and she's chosen not to comply with that subpoena. So,
and Pam,
does any other members seek recognition? Mr. Lynch?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so we're not seeking information from Secretary Clinton because of her own. Look, there's nothing in any of the documents that we've received from either the estate or from the Department of Justice. There's no indication from talking to the witnesses or the witnesses' attorneys that Mrs. Clinton had anything to do with this. And yet, we're trying to issue a criminal contempt charge because of her reluctance to appear. None of those documents, there's no indication that she has anything to do with this. I'm not surprised that she's reluctant to appear. She had nothing to do with this. And if we're seeking the other count, the other basis for our inquiry from the charge and from the resolution is that as in her official capacity as Secretary of State, she may have information regarding sex trafficking in general. But that is not unique to Mrs. Clinton. We could summon the Special Undersecretary for Sex Trafficking at the State Department if we really wanted to find out information of that nature. Or we could summon any other Secretary of State who has served since 2008, I think, when some of this was first uncovered in depth, but it had nothing to do with the Secretary of State. Then it was between Mar-a-Lago and Jeffrey Epstein. It went from young girls being trafficked from Mar-a-Lago to Jeffrey Epstein's estate, shred of evidence that Mrs. Clinton has
insults.
You're a failed politician.
Accusations.
I believe you just lied under oath.
And fury.
You don't tell me. Yeah, oh, I did.
A combative hearing before a House committee as Attorney General Pam Bondi took questions about the Justice Department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files.
I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster.
The hearing starting on a somber note, Bondi expressing sorrow for Epstein's victims. But Bondi declined to apologize for the Justice Department's initial failure to redact victims' names from the files.
I'm not going to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The hearing only becoming more contentious from that point on.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, oh, I
anything,
did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Democrats sparring with the Attorney General, some even bringing props.
Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God.
Republican Thomas Massey pressing Bondi on why the DOJ initially redacted the names of some powerful men, including billionaire Les Wexner.
Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed? There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
and we invited you in.
Gentlemen.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician.
Bondi repeatedly referring to a binder with prepared information on some of the committee members.
Bondi argued instead of Epstein, lawmakers should focus on President Trump's successes, including his focus on crime. Sophie Flay, ABC News, New York.
On speculative future climate change harms.
The proponents of these plans call them climate superfund laws, but in reality, that is simply window dressing for taxes and fees imposed on consumers and businesses that don't even have a presence in these states or communities. But if you look at the billions of dollars they hope to gain from these efforts, the real goal here is to increase their already mismanaged state budgets by imposing fees on consumers and businesses in energy-producing states such as the state of Wyoming. I would describe this as the tobacco litigation on steroids. Vermont has enacted such a law, and another has recently gone into effect in New York. Similar laws are under consideration in a number of other states. Clearly, this problem is spreading. Would you agree that Congress has not authorized states to impose retroactive liability against energy producers and lawful carbon emissions?
Yes.
And would you also agree that protecting consumers is a core part of the DOJ's mission?
Absolutely.
Would you further agree that combating state policies that seek to hide and shift the true cost of programs like these onto consumers fits within your mission?
Yes.
So, Attorney General Bondi, fossil fuels are the foundation of the U.S. economy, and the recent winter storms underscored that gas, coal, and oil remain essential to grid reliability and heating our homes. Can you confirm that the DOJ is fully committed to using all available legal tools to stop these state and local level attacks on domestic energy production?
Congresswoman, we are committed to that, and so is the entire administration. We talk about that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The President's April 2025 executive order directed the DOJ to identify and act against state laws that burden U.S. energy production. What concrete actions has the DOJ and the administration more broadly taken to carry out this directive?
Well, we filed 4 lawsuits. We're filing multiple lawsuits. Many things are pending within this office to carry that out.
Okay. States continue to invent new causes of action to pursue state climate lawfare, as is evidenced by Michigan's recent novel claim related to antitrust violations. The city of Boulder, Colorado has also filed such a lawsuit, despite refusing my challenge that they actually forego the use of fossil fuels if they disagree with them so much. Does the Department of Justice agree that these novel approaches require a federal response, and will the department pursue such an approach?
Yes, Congresswoman, and we'd be happy to talk to you more about that.
Wonderful,
yes.
Thank you. Multiple climate lawsuits are now advancing toward trial, even in states that rely on those energy forms to provide heat and electricity for their citizens. In fact, in any community, they all rely upon fossil fuels in some fashion. Is the department actively considering intervention to protect federal supremacy over interstate emissions and energy policy?
Yes, we'd be happy to discuss that with you.
Thank you. And clearly this is an area in which Congress has a role to play. To that end, I'm working with my colleagues in both the House and Senate to craft legislation tackling both these state laws and the lawsuits that could destroy energy affordability for consumers. To that end, are there any authorities or tools that DOJ and the administration don't currently have at their disposal that would be helpful in that effort that Congress could adopt?
Well, we work with multiple agencies throughout the administration, but I'd be happy to talk to you about that more.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate your effort in this regard.
And may I have 20 seconds of your time
Please.
to address something?
Yes.
Thank you. Your colleague, Senator Neguse, didn't want to talk about crypto because he said I was a disgrace talking about crypto because he didn't want to talk about the tremendous crime in his jurisdiction. He voted no on preventing violence against women by illegal aliens. Yet, on June 1st, 2025, Mohammed Solomon attacked members of the group Run for Their Lives in Boulder, Colorado, where an 82-year-old woman sustained burns on over half of her body and eventually died from her injuries.
I believe that she was a Holocaust survivor.
She was.
The time the gentlelady has expired, the gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bondi, as the Florida Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal of my son, Jordan Davis's murder, which was denied. As a result of the efforts of those attorneys under your watch, the court actually upheld the life sentence for a man who used prejudice as his defense for murdering my son and scarring his friends for life. Attorneys from your office, under your management, worked hard to remove a dangerous man from the community who terrorized innocent people like my son and his friends. The compassion and respect that my family received throughout that ordeal were critical in helping us keep faith in the rule of law and justice. Based on my experiences, I have seen how strong victim services, sustained investigations, and well-supported prosecutors can make a meaningful difference in the lives of families who are grieving and suffering. Ms. Bondi, just yes or no, would you agree that government officials should be respectful and supportive of victims' families as they mourn?
First, Congresswoman, thank you for talking about that, and I'm so very sorry for what happened to your family.
Thank you.
And yes, I agree with that with all victims, including the ones sitting behind us today. I absolutely do. And
Okay.
also, thank you for voting yes on the Lake and Riley Act.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so your answer is why the recent treatment of families in Minnesota raises really serious concerns for me. Because shortly after Mr. Alex Preddy was murdered, administration officials referred to him as an assassin and called Mr. Preddy the definition of domestic terrorism. They also lied about Mr. Preddy holding a gun and threatening officers. After Ms. Renee Good was murdered by ICE officials in Minneapolis, administration officials also accused her of being a domestic terrorist and investigated her wife in a clear act of retaliation. The statement Mr. Preddy's mother made after the murder resonated with me more than you'll ever imagine. She said that, and I'm quoting, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting," end quote. And I assure you, I know how it feels to hear lies that are told to justify the taking of someone's son. They were used by my son's murderer as a defense, and those lies still affect me today. He was called a thug, and he was called a gangbanger. And the attorneys from your office actually defended my son's name, his memory, and defended his honor. I'm certain that Mr. Preddy's mother watched videos of her son, Alex, an ICU nurse at the VA hospital, using his phone to record federal agents. She also watched him getting pepper sprayed, kicked, hit in the head, and surrounded by at least 7 agents before having his gun removed from his waistband, which he legally carried. And she watched seconds later as 2 of those agents shot her son Alex at least 10 times. The administration was quick to spew an incorrect narrative and call him so many things that they wanted us to ignore the truth that we actually saw with our own eyes. Ms. Bondi, will you denounce the statements that were made to tarnish the names of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and will you protect their names like those attorneys back in Florida under your watch protected my son's name?
What I will say is we are looking at everything to shed light on what happened that day, and it is an ongoing and active investigation. Both of those cases, and I assure you they will be investigated.
Investigating, we understand that, but will you do everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do, as you've sworn an oath to do? It is your responsibility to make sure that you are following the rule of law. Those families in Minnesota, they deserve the same respect. They deserve a full investigation, which you have not even begun to do yet. So what are you saying, is that they don't deserve any respect for a full investigation into their murders?
Well,
that
that's
is
not
incompetence on your behalf.
Well, that
the
is not
American
accurate.
people do deserve better. Non-commitment to defending the rule of law is what we see from you.
I
I
told
will
you we
always
were
stand up for
investigating.
survivors, and I heard you say earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as well. And based on the information before us, these families have not received the same commitment to investigate what happened to their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer. Investigations have been slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the special agent assigned to Renee Good's investigation resigned following pressure from your officials to reclassify Ms. Good's case.
Time of the
For
gentlelady.
families seeking answers and accountability, the withdrawal of investigative resources is simply unacceptable.
Has expired. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I get the sense that we've lost a little perspective here. The most fundamental responsibility of government is to protect the lives and property of its citizens. Now, you cited some crime figures in your opening statement, and I wonder if you could repeat them, because I think it's one of the most extraordinary achievements of the Department of Justice in our history. And I don't think some of my colleagues heard you clearly.
Thank you, Congressman. And would you mind if I address something that
Go right
Congresswoman McBath wouldn't let me address first?
Go right ahead.
The reason that she wants to continue to talk about Minnesota, which we will all day long, is she doesn't want to talk about her own jurisdiction in Atlanta, because she doesn't want to talk about Christopher Welcher, who traveled across state lines to try to meet, and nothing's funny about this, to meet and molest a 14-year-old girl in Georgia. That's why they're watching the clock, the American people should know, for the second it runs out, because they don't want to address anything in their jurisdiction. They're elected to represent people in their jurisdiction. We prosecuted illegal aliens who ran a large-scale meth operation in the Atlanta metro area.
You understand we don't prosecute, right, Ms. Bondi?
Madam Attorney General.
Time belongs
I'm
to
sorry, thank
Mr.
you.
McClintock.
So yes, the statistics I spoke of earlier, Congressman, under the leadership of the FBI, historic work has been done. A drop 20% in the nationwide murder rate in 2025. Least murders in our country since 1900, and that is to the work because of the credit of Donald
It's not just homicides,
Trump.
is it? It's also other violent crimes, robbery. Could you go through that list real quick?
Yes, Congressman. 100% increase in violent crime arrests in 2025 compared to 2024.
What's that done to the violent crime rate in the country?
It's plummeting. 1,800 gangs.
Wait a second. Do you mean to honestly tell us, and you're under oath, that if we take violent criminals off the streets, we end up with less crime?
I certainly hope so, Congressman, and that's our goal, and that's
an
President
extraordinary concept, and I'm afraid it may be lost on some of our Democratic colleagues. I look at these numbers, and they're absolutely staggering. It didn't happen by accident. It happened because of specific policies that you've implemented this year. And you mentioned a few of them. Would you continue?
Over 6,000 child victims located, 22% increase. Over 1,700 child predators arrested, 10% increase. Over 300 human traffickers arrested. Let me jump down to DEA right now. That was just FBI. Under Terry Cole's leadership, and I talk to these people almost daily, our directors, and the amazing work that they're doing in all of your jurisdictions on the left and the right, working together to take drugs off our streets.
Right. And I assume that our Democratic colleagues, some of whom represent some of our most crime-plagued cities and communities, have thanked you for this extraordinary accomplishment.
Thank you, Congressman. We've seized more than 9,800 kilos of fentanyl and 47 million fentanyl pills. That affects every single person in this room. It doesn't matter what political party you are. Everyone in this room knows someone who's died from fentanyl. A parent, a child, a sister, a brother, a friend, a neighbor, a relative. Everyone here knows someone who has been impacted by that. That is the common ground that I wish we could find to work together in this country, to take these drugs off the streets. And someone nodded with vapes.
Well, in your opening statement, you said this historic success in protecting the lives and property of Americans has occurred when local governments have cooperated with you.
Yes.
Let me ask you, what are the greatest impediments you're facing in bringing down crime across the country?
Well, when local governments, of course, do not cooperate with us, and that's where criminals flee, in jurisdictions where they know they will be protected by local governments. And this is all about working together, and we have shown that in what we did in D.C., what we're doing in Memphis, working together with Democrat mayors in these cities, right here in D.C.
And very quickly, if you could tell us about the Safe Cities program and give us your read on what cities that avail themselves of this program can expect?
Yes, so far, of course, we've been working in Washington, D.C., right here to do everything we can, working hand in hand with the mayor, with Metro PD, to keep everyone safe in D.C., and it's been a tremendous effort. And now we're in Memphis, working with the mayor in Memphis, as we talked about earlier, doing everything we can. These are iconic cities in our country, and we want to help every city in this country who wants and asks for President Trump's help to make America safe again.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chair, I have, you see.
let the record show that Democrat was applauding the Attorney General's answer there. Unanimous consent?
Yes, please.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled "Alex Pretty's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening Lies About His Life." I also would like to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled "J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Pretty's Family After Spreading ICE Assassin Claim." One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled "FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns."
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges: puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
Let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was not transferred to a lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to understand
and I'm glad that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things. But I want you to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question: who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a subway.
Right, and I absolutely...
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison, yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about what should happen.
With you, but you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about
murdered
her all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but
offender
I am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You're
That's what you're getting paid for.
obsessed with attack.
I want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
I absolutely
it's embarrassing.
Have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by former Attorney General William P. Barr entitled, "Why Pam Bondi Didn't Publish All the Epstein Files in 30 Days. The answer is simple. It was not possible," from the Wall Street Journal.
Well said. Without objection, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam, I'm sorry. Yes. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. And so it's critical for us to focus first on the mission of the department and assess your success in discharging it. So the mission of the department is to enforce federal law, defend the rule of law, and protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, drug trafficking, fraud, and exploitation, to promote public safety. And what we have heard today unequivocally is that President Trump's Department of Justice, under your leadership, Attorney General Bondi, is doing exactly that. Just a moment ago, you shared with us some incredible statistics that the United States, under your leadership, has achieved the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That in the first year of this administration, murder is down 21%, robbery is down 23%, carjacking down 43%, and gun assault down 22%. That is what public safety looks like. Under your leadership and that of President Trump, you've located more than 6,000 child victims of trafficking and exploitation, arrested 1,700 child predators, and apprehended more than 300 human traffickers. Significant increases. And those aren't just statistics. Those are precious lives that your department and the men and women of federal law enforcement have saved. Madam Attorney General, you've mentioned a couple of specific criminal trends during this hearing that I'd like to discuss with you further, because one of our important roles in Congress is making sure that our laws and our law enforcement stay ahead of predators as technology evolves. I lead legislation in the House, along with bipartisan co-sponsors on this committee, to make sextortion a clearly defined criminal offense. We actually passed that out of the House of Representatives. We have a bill to promote Operation Renewed Hope to help rescue more child victims, and the Defiance Act to provide legal recourse to victims of deepfake AI intimate images. I would love to hear your perspective and what you are seeing related to these technology-based criminal trends, sextortion and AI deepfakes. What are you seeing at the Department of Justice, and why do you believe that efforts to combat these types of crimes are important?
sextortion, and thank you for supporting that, Congresswoman. I think that was a bipartisan effort, actually. I think many of you on both sides of the aisle supported that. Thank you for that. You know, as a career prosecutor, it's horrible seeing that and seeing that young women and often young boys have been exploited with sextortion. And I see, thank you, both sides of the aisle nodding on that. It's horrific. The suicide rates go up. And that's why we have to do everything in our power to protect not only young girls, adult women, boys and men from sextortion, because it is happening and we're doing everything in our power, thanks to your legislation, all of you, to stop that.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about some of the Department of Justice programs like Project Safe Childhood and the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Forces, partnerships that bring together federal, state, and local law enforcement. Sometimes the work between those law enforcement groups together really creates some incredibly powerful outcomes and some great success stories. I know you, as Florida's Attorney General, had a tremendous amount of leadership in our state trying to make sure we were taking care of children, also the elderly, protecting them from fraud, ending drug trafficking. Tell us a little bit about some of those departments within DOJ.
Yeah, when you talked about Project Safe Neighborhoods, we've done a lot of that in Florida when I was state AG, and actually back when I was a state prosecutor prior to being Attorney General. That is so important. I feel like what we've been doing in DC too, with the Take Back DC and Make DC Safe Again, is similar to that. Going into the neighborhoods, working with the community, seeing law enforcement officers out there playing basketball with kids who live in the neighborhood. It's pretty remarkable what we've seen firsthand. Citizens in Memphis saying that they appreciate, they can walk outdoors now and they feel safe. People coming up thanking law enforcement and working hand in hand with them. We will continue all of these programs and working jointly with both sides of the aisle to keep our families safe.
Thank you for that, Madam Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Dabrand from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes, and the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers, and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay, I'm reclaiming my time. I'm asking you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what
does ties mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean? Can
I
you
think
define
Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you define
prominent men
ties?
who've been exposed in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace, and that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will be
Chair.
in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people
minutes.
have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
That'll be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, you know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
he
is Jewish. I just want to be clear. Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
The ranking member knows that.
Can I get like 30 seconds back, you know?
Yeah, I think the whole
mine.
committee knows. I've been very generous in making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes in the same.
Attorney General, I'm going to talk about sanctuary cities for a second, which limit the federal government's ability to enforce immigration law. They're kind of a new thing that Democrat jurisdictions are doing. They're in violation of federal law. During President Trump's first term, he rightly targeted sanctuary jurisdictions to try to force them to cooperate with federal immigration law. Federal immigration law, mind you, that was voted on in 1996 most recently in a bipartisan Congress, signed by a Democrat president. But they are in violation of that law. These states and jurisdictions feel entitled to certain grants, of course. Y'all are combating that. Do sanctuary policies limit the federal government's ability to accurately estimate how many criminal illegals are in the country?
Yes.
Thank you. This means that the number of illegals could be higher, probably higher. Does this hurt the federal government's ability to carry out immigration laws designed by Congress?
Yes, Congressman.
In your opinion, do you believe that the Biden-Harris administration and Democrat pro-sanctuary policies make our communities safer and for the American taxpayer? Do sanctuary policies make our communities safer?
No, Congressman.
I want to do a brief video to highlight sanctuary cities. So what's strange to me, if you look at this board behind me, in New York, there are 7,000 criminal illegal aliens since January 20th of last year that have been released into the public because New York is not honoring detainers requested by ICE. California, similarly, has released 4,500 criminal illegal aliens. There are 33,000 under detainer in California alone. And of the people released, I think it's remarkable that those released in New York, 29 homicides, 2,500 assaults, almost 200 burglaries. These are people that are released into our community by these states that refuse to cooperate. Last August, Michael Jordan Castellano Fonseca, a criminal illegal alien with ties to Tren de Agua, shot 2 people in front of 5 children in the sanctuary state of Colorado. DHS lodged a detainer on him. He's awaiting trial, but the question is whether Colorado's sanctuary policies will prevent him from being removed from the country. Yes or no? Do you think that sanctuary jurisdictions, if they cooperated with ICE, those illegals in custody could be transferred to ICE properly instead of being held in taxpayer-funded jails and then released into our community?
Yes, Congressman.
Wouldn't it be more efficient and safer then if Democrats simply cooperated with the federal government, these sanctuary jurisdictions cooperated with the federal government and honored ICE detainers? And why? Why do you think?
Of course, because so many criminals are running to sanctuary jurisdictions. Many of your colleagues across the aisle who we've seen speaking today about Epstein don't want to talk about the illegal criminals in their own jurisdiction for that reason. And yes, we need to do everything we can to work together to make America safer, and they're not doing that.
This is not a partisan issue. People want to feel safe in their communities. Nobody wants a criminal illegal alien released into the street. I think that the thing that maybe the American people don't quite understand is that when you do not honor a detainer, as we've seen, an illegal is released into the public, and now it's up to ICE to maybe apprehend them, rather than behind the courtroom passing them off from one law enforcement to the next. Is that true?
Absolutely.
What do you think what is the Department of Justice doing right now to combat sanctuary policies in our country?
We're doing everything in our power, obviously, to combat that. Donald Trump is doing everything he can because we are going to make America safe. We are going to get illegal criminal aliens out of this country. We're going to get the gangs out, TDA, MS-13, all of the gangs in this country. We're going to get the drug dealers out and the drugs, and that's what we've been fighting to do. And I wish we could do it on a bipartisan basis, but they just can't do it.
And the decrease in numbers speak for themselves. Thank you for your work.
Gentleman's time
Mr.
is...
Chairman, we have some UCs, if that's okay.
That is okay.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. You see on the National Institute of Justice's study on undocumented immigrants having an offender rate lower than U.S.-born citizens. I'd like to enter this in the record from 2024.
Without objection.
And I have several myself, Mr. Chairman. The Guardian, January 26, 2026, why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Objection.
January 20, 2026, NBC, Trump's pardons forgive financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions of dollars in punishment.
Objection.
Washington Post, December 19, 2025, Trump's pardons wipe out payments to defrauded victims.
Without objection.
And finally, May 30th, 2024, Trump found guilty by Manhattan jury on 34 felony counts of fraud.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand why you're hiding from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda, and I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian
You're
law
talking
of
about public corruption,
1798,
Whoa.
which should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Kash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Peretti by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lives in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal action. But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12, 2026, entitled, "Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides." Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman.
May I have 20 seconds, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right, that they're not running for, he's not running for office again because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's a state matter. That isn't a federal matter. You should investigate crimes. You should investigate violations of the law.
The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
And a little flexibility on the time. I appreciate the chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Yes.
I ask that today because we're voting on the Save America Act today to enact common sense policies to ensure only American citizens vote in American elections and enact federal voter ID laws. But it's true, for example, that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted 2 men with illegally voting in federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Mazammel and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote. This happens, it happens regularly, and you're prosecuting those crimes, correct?
Yes.
But does that prosecution of those criminals overturn their previously cast votes?
That's all pending.
But it does not overturn votes that they've cast, right? So passing the Save
no,
America
Congressman.
Act would help deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question. As Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog to explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right, that in September of 2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time President Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly 4.2 million cases?
It sounds about right, but I don't have the exact numbers.
It would be accurate to say that most individuals who file for asylum have a meritless or fraudulent claim?
Most. I don't have the numbers.
Oh, so does it sound correct that of the asylum cases adjudicated in FY 2023 under the Biden regime, that only 14% resulted in an asylum grant and only 12% in fiscal year 2024? Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
Could you get that information to us to verify that data?
I'll get all that information to you.
Under the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per month, the highest average completion rate in at least a decade. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Ms. Bondi, how many new cases under EOIR received in fiscal year 2025 have you all had? And of those, what percentage have been granted asylum? Do you know?
I can try to get you those numbers. I thought I had those.
That'd be great, because my question is whether President Trump's decision to pause asylum in the wake of the shooting of a National Guardsman by an Afghani here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, helped to stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Congressman.
My point being that the leadership of this administration is ending the backlog, reducing the backlog, making sure that we don't have fraudulent asylum claims clogging it, and keeping Americans safe. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So a couple other quick questions on another important topic that has been raised by colleagues on both sides of the aisle with respect to the Epstein case. A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman. Almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein. They didn't say a word under the Biden administration. Nothing.
And I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important. I want to make one observation, that is that we've heard the information today, which is troubling, that Jane Doe's, that victims' information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday. So my question is, some of us had argued when we were dealing with the discharge petition in Congress, that when Congress inserted itself into the process, that we needed to be very careful to ensure that we were protecting victims. So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear, that some of us were fighting for that here, and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why, though, were the victims' names released that shouldn't have been? That there were names in the files, that these Jane Does, that their names shouldn't have been made public, when there were some accusers whose names were redacted? That's question one. And question two was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for continuing all of that, but that they were indicted, but will anyone else be indicted and prosecuted under this, given the information that's in front of us? So 2 questions.
Thank you for letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim. We went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency. Second, what was your second question?
About whether another individual will be indicted.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And they never wanted to hear the answer to that. We have pending investigations in our office.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Unanimous consent request from the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I have several UCs as receipts. I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 dated September 25th, 25.
Without objection.
The Bondi Department of Justice memo dated December 4th, 2025.
Without objection.
An article from Newsweek entitled DOJ Deletes Study Alleging Rise in Far-Right Terrorism dated September 18th, 2025.
Without objection.
Notice article from October 3rd, 2025. Trump's directive on organized political violence could lead to increased surveillance of his critics.
Without objection.
Washington Post article, September 25th, 2025. Trump targets domestic terrorists, but only mentions the radical left.
Without objection.
Idaho Capital Sun, October 18th, 2025. Rest easy, Idahoans. The No King demonstrators are American patriots.
Without objection.
Attacks on freedom of speech, what nonprofits need to know, published by the National Council of Nonprofits, the largest network of nonprofits in America.
Without objection.
The Freedom from Religious Foundation warns that Bondi memo weaponizes federal law enforcement against non-Christians and dissenting viewpoints.
Without objection.
A Ken Klipperstein blog from January 28th, 26, ICE's secret watch lists of Americans.
Without objection.
And an Intercept article from February 2nd, 26, Trump calls his enemies terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjory Stoneman Douglas in my hometown of Parkland when we passed a bipartisan bill, the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see, flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book. Which is the best one? What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clear something up that was said earlier and is frequently said and is manifestly not true. And that is the supposed small number of crimes committed by immigrants or illegal immigrants in the country. That has been based on a poorly done study by the Cato Institute, and I believe the Cato Institute itself has even updated that study. The reason that we know that study is not true is that those statistics are not out there. For whatever reason, when somebody is arrested, even for very serious crimes, we do not have on the paperwork whether that person is a legal or illegal immigrant. Okay? If I go to one of my local sheriffs in Wisconsin and ask them how many illegal immigrants in your jail, they will say, I have no idea. We don't keep track of that. When I tour the federal prison right outside of my district, and I ask them, in this federal prison, how many of your inmates are illegal aliens, they will tell me, we have no idea. We don't keep track of that. So whenever you hear a Democrat or anybody, or a pundit, say that, oh, there's so few illegals committing crimes, it is based on nothing, because those statistics are not available anywhere. What I would offer in the next round of appropriation bills, if one of my Democrat colleagues wants to help me out, perhaps in appropriations we can get funds to add to all the paperwork whenever anybody is convicted of crime as to whether or not they are citizen or non-citizen. And then we will have the statistics. But otherwise, whenever you hear somebody say on MSNBC or wherever, oh, so few crimes are committed by illegal immigrants, they don't know what they're talking about because nobody has those numbers. Okay, there's the first thing. Now, the next thing I want to point out, we have had what I think is an unprecedented situation in Minnesota in which they are not assisting ICE in dealing with crimes that are going on up there. In other words, ICE is left to its own devices. When I talk to my local sheriffs, they tell me that whenever a federal agency is engaged in work in Wisconsin, they always make themselves available in case that federal agency needs assistance. This could be something like ICE under DEI. It could be drug enforcement. It could be ATF. It could be FBI. It could be Secret Service. It could be the U.S. Marshal. Nobody that I have been able to find, any sheriff in the state of Wisconsin, is aware of any circumstances in which they did not make themselves available to federal law enforcement, either if they need somebody extra to do surveillance, to just park a marked car outside the area, to assist in apprehension of a criminal, if they need assistance with an additional SWAT team, if they need to transport somebody. Local law enforcement is always there. Now, you are not in charge of ICE, but you're in charge of several other agencies. Have you ever heard of anything like what's going on in Minnesota, where the governor or the local mayor refuses to give assistance to federal law enforcement?
I have in Portland and some other cities where they weren't cooperating. But as I said, I did spend 4 days in Minnesota. And I believe many of the local law enforcement wish they could work with us to make their city safe.
Okay, now we'll switch to something else. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for doing this today. You're obviously very bright, obviously very confident, and something I love. You tolerate fools gladly, so I appreciate that trait. You suffer fools gladly. In hearings like this, we often focus on new initiatives undertaken by the department. Today, I'd like to give you an opportunity to discuss actions implemented under the Biden administration's Department of Justice, such as the Foreign Influence Task Force that you have since terminated. And, it's always rare to see anything in the government terminated. But could you elaborate on those decisions and highlight the accomplishments of your tenure at Justice?
Thank you for asking that. We are out of time, but may I answer, Chairman?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. The Biden administration weaponized the Foreign Corruption Practices Act. And on February 10th, President Trump issued an executive order pausing that for a DOJ review. Under Deputy Attorney General Blanche's supervision, a comprehensive review was led, and the department issued new guidelines protecting all Americans and protecting against the weaponization that happened under the Biden administration.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those 2 documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted, and it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege, there is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
Well, and let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking.
If they're not privileged,
quiet.
Don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr.
If
Goldman.
they're not
Even though
privileged,
you used your improper redactions,
you'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review
to
them and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald
Time belongs to
we
the
will
member.
be happy to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. One is redacted, 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week—
How will you tell me that's intentional?
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche—
You can't go off script.
—said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses to talk to.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott.
May I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios. Fermin Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General, I want to be sure that the American people understand exactly what we're referring to when we talk about sanctuary policies. They are often framed in sort of innocuous terms like, we refuse to take part in immigration law. And when you add up all of the population represented by these cowardly politicians in sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's a county, city, or state, sanctuary jurisdictions account for roughly 40% of the United States. Now, in reality, it's much more than just a passive exercise. Is that not correct?
Yes.
It's unbelievably active. And in terms of breaking down these terms, I want to break it down as clearly a term as I can. What is a federal detainer for the American people? Please describe it.
A federal detainer is when someone is held in federal custody.
Yes. And when a federal detainer is issued to local law enforcement, they are obviously in local or state custody, correct?
Yes.
And federal officers take note of that apprehension and they say, we want to come and apprehend him or her to deport them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even in North Carolina, there are sanctuary jurisdictions. That federal detainer often prompts not any cooperation, not any assistance, but a release onto the streets. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and Congressman, a federal detainer is federal law.
Yes.
That people must abide by, yet these jurisdictions, many of these jurisdictions are not abiding by that.
And we hear a lot of talk from the other side about victims of violent crimes, sex crimes, murders, whatever it may be. But I want to be very clear. Illegal aliens who have been arrested for committing some of the most heinous crimes, they have been released by sanctuary cities, by sanctuary states, rather than being turned over to the federal government for deportation. Isn't that correct?
It is, and it's sad for all Americans that any jurisdiction would do that. These are some of the most violent criminals I think we've all seen.
Yes. And despite their best efforts to obstruct you and the president in making us all safer, I just want to go through a quick list again of the accomplishments that you have been in part responsible for achieving. True or false? The country now has the lowest murder rate in 125 years.
Yes.
True or false? 62 major cities are now reporting rapid decline in murder rates.
Yes.
True or false? Robberies are down nearly 20% over the last year.
Yes.
True or false? Violent crime is down almost 15% over the past year.
Yes.
True or false? Right here in Washington, D.C., violent crime is down almost 30% since President Trump took office.
Yes, and the number may be even better than that, but yes.
Good.
Yes.
True or false? The DEA has seized over 200,000 kilograms of cocaine since President Trump took office.
Okay. I believe so, and 78,500 kilos of meth and more than 260,000 kilos of cocaine.
Unbelievable.
That's lives saved every day for all of us, for
Absolutely.
families, for children.
And then true or false, the Department of Justice under your leadership has a 92% success rate at the Supreme Court?
I believe so.
Or ballpark.
Ballpark.
And then true or false, this administration is attacking the waste, fraud, and abuse that we have seen in places like Minnesota that is removing billions of hard-earned tax dollars from this country.
Absolutely, and President Trump is committed to doing that in every city in this country.
And Madam Attorney General, just to be very brief here, I want to be sure that you know that many on this committee made very serious efforts to try to amend the Epstein petition to give you the resources and the time to protect victims, to go through and to have the necessary runway to thoroughly go through that file. Unfortunately, those requests were met with refusal, and we were unable to make the necessary amendments. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The good gentleman yields back. We turn to the good lady from California, Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here today. I want to talk with you about an issue on which there is broad bipartisan agreement: the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of Congress.
Thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and not only is he keeping this country safe, he is keeping this world safe.
It's a simple question, which you didn't answer.
He is the commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injure, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually, gas is down to $1.99 a gallon, thanks to President Trump.
That he didn't know Epstein.
Maybe $5 in California.
It's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water to LA during the wildfires. False. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders?
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility, because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who murdered the Hortmans. And you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long, Madam Attorney General. But you know the answer, because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism, stating that the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published the report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took the report down. And I sent you a letter asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more innocent people than left-wing extremists?
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer my question. Yes. You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back, restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the dishonesty from your agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at rest. Do better. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
Gentlelady
Chair.
yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have one moment?
You may.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any crime in her districts, nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
Well, thank you, Madam Attorney General, and we are grateful to have you here today. And let me just say that you've shown great perseverance today, and I think you're coming to the last lap here of those of us that are left. But I applaud your strength, and I applaud your resolve. Madam Attorney General, as a pastor for over 37 years now, I take serious issue with any attempts by agitators to disrupt church services or activities at houses of worship. And I just want to take a moment to clarify some things. I realize you can't talk about pending cases per se, but I do want to ask some very general questions for clarification. Does the DOJ consider unauthorized entry into a house of worship to be protected activity under the First Amendment when undertaken by a member of the press?
Unauthorized with the intent of disrupting, yes.
Okay.
Even if it's a blogger like Don Lemon.
Correct. How does the DOJ distinguish between news gathering activity and expressive or protest conduct when a press defense is asserted?
Congressman, I met with the pastor of that church, and what happened there was horrific. Of course, the press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship, whether it's a synagogue, whether it's a church, any house of worship. However, what happened here is a pending case again, but within the four corners of the indictment, they were, quote, gearing up for a resistance. They entered a house of worship, and I think the video speaks for itself. What happened in there, what the video doesn't show, is there were approximately 400 parishioners in there on a Sunday morning, families, grandparents with canes, children upstairs in Sunday school their parents were blocked from getting to them once this resistance took place, and they had named it Operation Pull-Up. It was heartbreaking for those families. They were terrified. I think they've all said that. And nothing like that should happen in this country, and under my watch, it won't.
Thank you. And just to clarify, accosting members of a congregation and creating a scene marked by intimidation and threat inside a house of worship would not be protected First Amendment activity, correct?
Absolutely not, and a grand jury has indicted individuals over that.
Thank you. One other question, just shifting a little bit. You know, my home state of North Carolina has been making national headlines at times, and particularly in the city of Charlotte. We've made pleas at times for our governor to get involved, bring in the National Guard. Our Fraternal Order of Police had pointed out that we were about 270 local cops below what we needed in order to adequately police the city. And yet the governor's declined to offer to partner with the federal government to bring in reinforcements to Charlotte. I want to give you just a few moments, really the balance of my time, to explain the impact that Memphis Safe Task Force has had on crime and safety in Memphis, because I know there was a place we saw that cooperation has tended to breed great results, and I would love to hear a little more about that.
Thank you. And I have numbers for you too. Well, and we're all right here in DC, we're all living right here in DC, and I think we've seen the remarkable impact that it has working with members of the Democrat Party on this, with law enforcement, with the mayor, with the police chief, doing everything we can to make DC safe. As of February 9th, there were nearly 10,000 arrests. This is DC. 1,000 illegal guns seized since the operation began, with carjackings down 81% from this time last year, and violent crime down 42%. DC is safer because of it. We know we had a National Guardsman shot, and we had a beautiful young woman killed. I went to her funeral, and I keep in touch with the National Guardsman who was shot, his parents. He's doing great. He's a miracle. Please continue to pray for him. I know my time is up, but same results I spoke about earlier in Memphis, and we're still working on that with the help of Make Memphis Safe Again.
Well, again, I think it just draws an incredible contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in D.C., what we saw happen in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some ways if we could ever get our governor to work with us in North Carolina to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The lady is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on, and frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number 2, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, "This is a good one." Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what we talking about? Convict
Texas,
some of these perpetrators
homicide.
that rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide, Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape, Khalid Khan from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together, and this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles, and I'm glad you're there, both generally and today. Part of the reason I ran for Congress is because in my former role, I saw in the real world, in my state, the consequences of failed U.S. immigration and border security policy. And I'll spare you the lengthy recitation, but let me give you the short version. I sit here and think about a fellow who was running, I believe it was drugs for the cartels, and shot a police officer in Oklahoma, drove across the border into my state, kidnapped an old man, and then invaded a house and shot at cops before we ultimately neutralized him. He's in prison now for, I believe, the rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was in our country illegally, never should have been here, and one night killed a young deputy on southern Johnson County, Kansas, who was making a traffic stop on another individual. Drunk driver ran into him, never should have been here, shouldn't have happened. Thinking about a guy who was deported repeatedly, came back and ultimately murdered, I believe it was 4 people in Kansas City, Kansas, and then fled to Missouri and killed a 5th guy. He died in prison. I'm thinking about a guy we prosecuted who wasn't supposed to be in this country, who raped a child in a little rural county up north on the Nebraska border, and we sent him to prison for, I believe, the rest of his life. Thinking about a guy who wasn't supposed to be here at all, who murdered, I think it was his wife or his domestic partner in an act of domestic violence in northwest Kansas. Thinking about another guy who was here and joined up with some folks who were citizens and committed a crime spree and then thought he might get caught, so he killed one of his accomplices. And we sent him to prison for the rest of his life. And that's just the ones I'm thinking about sitting right here. And you know what's common in all of those? They all committed violations of my state's law. They were caught by my state's law enforcement. They were prosecuted by my state's prosecutors. They are serving time in my state's prisons. And if and when they ever get out, the United States has said they need to be sent out of this country because of what they did. There's a list, you're holding up photos, General. There's a list on the Department of Homeland Security's website. It has about 280, 290 people like that in my state of Kansas. And you know what? We haven't made headlines like Minneapolis. We haven't made headlines like Memphis. We haven't made headlines like Los Angeles. And you know why? Because our cops are professionals and our politicians, by law, allow them to do their job and to work with federal agents for safe handoffs in order to do everything that's supposed to be done, justice under state law, and the justice of deportation on the back end. So I want to do something that's been rare here today, General. I want to ask you about public policy. Donald Trump won't be president forever. I would like to lock in some of these gains we have made in public safety. Should we be exploring the idea, for example, of beefing up 287G partnerships, or maybe replicating that so that state prosecutors can work more closely with federal prosecutors to get deportation orders as well as state convictions?
Absolutely.
In terms of sanctuary jurisdictions, when a sanctuary jurisdiction says as a matter of politics, go pound sand to the feds, we won't honor your detainer, so they release those people I'm talking about into their communities. And those people commit another crime of property or violence against citizens. Should those citizens have some type of civil redress against the jurisdiction that as a matter of public policy turned those people loose who created the new victims?
Yeah, and Congressman, it's risking the lives of all of the citizens of that jurisdiction.
And you've been sued a lot, or the administration has, by folks who don't like your policies.
Hundreds of times.
You've won many of those.
Yes.
Isn't it the case that the law says under Rule 65 that when you win those and there's a wrongfully entered injunction that there's supposed to be a monetary remedy for that, so there's a cost?
Yes.
And didn't the president direct you and other agency heads to start seeking bonds in those cases?
Yes.
And should we beef up the law in that area by codifying that requirement going forward?
I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. Some of the questions he raised, we plan on taking up in a markup in a couple weeks on the whole sanctuary jurisdiction issue. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for taking the time to speak with us. We certainly really appreciate it. I've got a series of questions for you that we can get through pretty quickly, I think. Can you tell me, is it true that the Biden-Harris DOJ raided President Trump's home?
They did.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ allow Jack Smith to spy on over a dozen Republican members of Congress?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seize the phone of a sitting Republican congressman?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and Jack Smith pay at least $20,000 to confidential human sources to provide information on President Trump?
At least.
At least. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI fail to apprehend the suspect who placed pipe bombs near the Capitol ahead of January 6th?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target parents as domestic terrorists?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target pro-life Catholics, going so far as to interview a priest and a choir director?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ send FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates with no criminal histories?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ use the FACE Act to target pro-life advocates while it allowed anti-life agitators to vandalize, destroy, and firebomb pregnancy resource centers and churches?
Multiple times, I believe.
Multiple times. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ ever determine who leaked the Dobbs decision?
I can't discuss that. No, under Biden-Harris.
Got it.
No.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI target whistleblowers for revealing waste, fraud, and abuse within the department to Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ refuse to say whether it coordinated with Alvin Bragg, Fani Willis, and Letitia James in their lawfare against President Trump?
They refused.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ slow-walk the criminal investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden?
That's an understatement, in my opinion.
Yep. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ determine who brought cocaine into the Biden White House?
They did not.
They did not. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent?
As far as we know, they did not.
Right, that's right. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent of the Russia collusion hoax?
Absolutely, in my opinion. Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seek leniency from a federal court for an IRS contractor who leaked sensitive tax information on over 7,600 Americans, including President Trump?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ sue Texas because the state wanted to secure its own southern border?
Yes.
And finally, did the Biden-Harris DOJ attack SpaceX for hiring too many Americans?
I believe they did.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, and I appreciate that a lot of this is being cleaned up under your leadership. So thank you for returning the DOJ back to its core focus, which is on the rule of law. And I think that we see the results of that. I've got a few more similar questions for you. How have, over the past year since President Trump has been in office, how have murders trended in the United States?
Since President Trump has been in office, the murder rate has dropped to a historic 20% drop in the national murder rate, lowest since 1900. 20%
drop in 1 year. That's incredible, isn't it?
And that's thanks to the incredible men and women of law enforcement, FBI, DEA, ATF, everyone working together to solve violent crime, along with our sheriffs, our local law enforcement, working as a team throughout this country, and our great state and federal prosecutors.
Yep. And how have robberies trended? Have they gone, even if they've just gone up or down?
Robberies, all violent crime, all violent crime has decreased, as well as robberies.
So murders, violent crime, the country is more safe now, it's fair to say, would you agree, than it was a year and a half ago under Joe Biden?
Absolutely, and Director Patel is working tirelessly to catch those, I'm sure you've been seeing, on the most wanted list.
Mm-hmm.
He and Deputy Director Bongino from day one said, we're going to get the most wanted list, and that's what's been happening, working hand in hand with all of our agencies.
Yep. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've been doing to refocus the DOJ again on doing your core job. We're very happy with it, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I would just say, earlier one of the Democrats said that they said, who are you, who you are? And I think you're the Attorney General who I think on the first day disbanded the FIDF, first day on the job, rescinded the memo that required spying on parents that Mr. Garland had issued, and stood up the weaponization working group. I think you did that all on day one.
Day one.
Not to mention, you're the first Justice Department that's put in place, as we've talked about earlier, this Deputy Attorney General for combating fraud. So we appreciate that, and of course, all the things that Mr. Gill pointed out with the crime stats that have went down. So our last question of the day, but not the least, the gentleman, I'm sorry, we're going to have two more. We got Mr. Onder and then Mr. Baumgartner. So Mr. Baumgartner, well, let's go that way since you're here. You're ready to go. Mr. Baumgartner, and then we'll come back to Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi. You know, being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even this 1 year into my term here, how theatrical days like this can be. But I think you've performed well today and answered the questions well today, and that's a credit to you and appreciated by the American people. You know, the Epstein issue is certainly important and is important for the victims. I think both I and the American people have a little bit of trouble taking the Democrats super seriously on this issue when they have been so uncurious about President Clinton's relations with Jeffrey Epstein. And even myself, I had no idea that there was actually a sitting Democrat congresswoman who had taken substantial campaign donations for Mr. Epstein, only when that came to light on the floor with the potential resolution. And you would think there would be more outrage on those types of things if they were going to be taken credible. But we do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee. I want to talk about the big things that Department of Justice is doing. And when I look at the dramatic decrease in crime in this country in the last year since the Trump administration has come, you'll see the board behind me. Violent crime plummets across major U.S. cities. And I guess so my first question would be, and when it comes to the big stuff, how are you guys getting this stuff so right? What contributes from your perspective to this dramatic decrease in crime in major U.S. cities under the Trump administration?
When I first took office, I met with all of our agencies. And the one thing that stuck with me, that one of the heads of the department said to me, one of the law enforcement department heads, President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us so we can keep the people of America safe. And that's what he's done. He has given our law enforcement officers the tools that they need and the backing that they need, the support that they need to combat violent crime and all crime throughout this country. And, you know, I'd be remiss, we've talked about the FBI, we've talked about DEA a bit, but can I please brag about ATF? Rob Cicada and Dan Driscoll, of course, who has been our acting head of ATF, have done a remarkable job stopping guns from flowing into Mexico, not harassing gun owners. 26,965 violent crime cases have been initiated, including more than 4,300 firearms trafficking cases. More than 1,200 of those are tied to gun trafficking in Mexico. I talk to them almost daily.
Thank you.
And they're working so hard.
Well, thank you, Attorney General. Again, you know, I look back at this last year, and we've had this historic tax cut. Yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, the National Cancer Foundation ran full-page ads thanking Congress, the administration, for doing more for cancer research than has ever been done before. I was just meeting with Habitat for Humanity out in the hallway, and they came and thanked us for doing more than's ever been done for Habitat for Humanity. So there's been so many accomplishments, but I really think this crime is the biggest deal of all. But I do have some concerns on this issue, and those also are respect how we keep people safe with sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And I remind everyone, and as I'm sure you know, Madam Attorney General, that when we had the terrible terrorist attacks of 9/11, the #1 recommendation of the 9/11 Commission was to reduce barriers between all levels of law enforcement. They specifically pointed to things like fusion centers, Joint Terrorism Task Force, and getting local law enforcement and federal law enforcement to work together and communicate on a regular basis. And I would just like your perspective, because we have a more complex global threat than any time since World War II. We still have Islamic terrorism. We have spies from China, Iran, Russia, all these things. And what does sanctuary cities and states do for communication, law enforcement, and how does it make us less safe?
Sanctuary cities and states are attempting to prevent communication among all the law enforcement agencies. And of course, that's keeping all of America less safe, especially when the violent criminals are fleeing to those jurisdictions because they believe they're protected. But with all of our joint task forces, I see it every day, Congressman, how well, despite what these liberals are trying to do, Donald Trump's administration is working tirelessly to protect all of Americans and all of our agencies working hand in hand to keep America safe.
Well, you guys are getting the big stuff right. You look at that decrease in crime across the country, you ought to take a victory lap. Well done.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here on this long day. And I want to thank you most of all for your leadership in your whole career defending victims. And now I want to take a moment to talk about you protecting victims from a different kind of child abuse, that medicalized child abuse that goes under the banner of gender-affirming care, that far too many of my Democrat colleagues enthusiastically support and unapologetically support. Shortly after returning to office, President Trump signed an executive order directing HHS to review the clinical evidence and determine whether sex-rejecting interventions caused more harm than good. HHS reached the same conclusion that the UK and Finland and Sweden reached, that the risks are serious and that imposing this so-called care on minors was not appropriate. This executive order also directed you as Attorney General to, quote, work to draft, propose, and promote legislation to enact a private right of action for children and the parents of children whose healthy body parts have been damaged by medical professionals practicing chemical and surgical mutilation, which should include a lengthy statute of limitations. Last September, you transmitted that bill to Congress. It has been my honor to introduce that bill as the Chloe Cole Act. We named the bill after Chloe Cole, who sat where you're sitting just a few years ago on her 19th birthday. During a hearing chaired by now Speaker Mike Johnson, I'd like to play a clip of her testimony that day to remind us of our story.
Onto puberty blockers and then testosterone. The resulting menopausal-like hot flashes made focusing on school impossible. I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. This caused permanent changes to my body. My voice will forever be deeper, my jawline sharper, my nose longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility unknown. I look in the mirror sometimes and I feel like a monster. I had a double mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest, and the skin grafts that they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today. And they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said.
Chloe testified that day that what she needed was mental health therapy, but she never received it. And she was not suicidal until after they did these horrible things to her. She pleaded with Congress to act so that future children would not suffer what she did. Last week was a major turning point in for these medical malpractice claims when a detransitioner was the first to successfully hold doctors liable with a $2 million settlement for what they did to that poor girl. Just days later, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons announced that they would no longer do transgender surgeries on minors, in the AMA followed suit. This proves that if the bill your DOJ drafted were passed into law, these barbaric practices would end immediately, because all victims would be able to hold those who harm them accountable. Could you share with us a little bit about your work in advocating for victims like Chloe and what a private right of action would mean for victims like her and their families?
Yes, and first, Congressman, thank you for championing this bill. And also to Chloe, what a brave young woman to come before this body.
Yes.
And
at age 19.
At age 19, and talk about what happened to her. It's not about just giving relief to children who have been harmed. It allows victims whose healthy body parts have been damaged to seek relief and obtain relief. And thanks to you, and we are proud to work hand in hand with you on this issue. And I think it's pretty sad none of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle even brought that up. But I hope they support this to protect all children throughout this country.
Well, General Bondi, thank you so much to you, to your department, to President Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I've just saved some UC requests for the end, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you kindly. Record low crime during the Biden-Harris administration. Crime down in every category in 2024 under Biden. FBI report says Trump takes credit for violent crime drop where rates were already falling. From NPR, Trump administration targets ATF with plans to cut jobs and ease gun restrictions. And then a few oldies but goodies, I've introduced these before about the claim that we didn't have anything to say about Epstein before the Trump administration. Raskin joins call for Attorney General to reopen Epstein case and publicly release Acosta misconduct investigation in documents March 1, 2019. Oversight Committee plans hearing with Acosta on plea deal with Epstein, July 10, 2019. And finally, 68 House members call for resignation of Labor Secretary Acosta, July 10, 2019.
Without objection, Attorney General Bondi, thank you for your service to the country. And thank you for being here for a long day. We appreciate your willingness to come and answer our questions and the great job you're doing for our country. And I got one thing I got to say. This concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before the committee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no.
Is this the one, Rob? Yep. Yeah, that one to the right. Mass shooting rates by demo, 2015 to 2025. Public incidents with 4 or more fatalities. Trans non-binary, biological male, 0.769. Trans non-binary, biological female, 0.667. Then Asian man, black man, white man, Asian woman, Hispanic man.
Let me just stop you. You know what they call it in Europe and here now. When you see Asian men, that's not Japanese men or South Koreans. It's Muslims. So they call Muslims Asian men.
You got to be kidding.
No, that's the Asian rape gangs.
You got to be kidding.
Asian rape gangs.
I was about to say, why are Asians on
Yeah,
this
so
list?
all the time they say when there's a murder or something that it's a white guy, even though in the mugshot it's a black guy. The way they do that to cover up for Muslims is they call them Asian men if they are Pakistani or Muslim Indian or any of that. Or Arabic.
Can you check to see if somebody in Grok asked, what does Asian man mean? And if it doesn't, you ask, and then if you can play that clip.
But look up what are Asian grooming gangs. It's the same thing.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find out how that chart put Asian man and Asian woman. That's what I want to know. We know about the Asian grooming gang. We know about the Pakistani. We know about the inbreeding. I want to know what they mean by Asian man.
Oh, you're right.
What demo?
Good question.
What demo do you mean? Does it mean Asian men when they say Asian men? Yeah, that's fine. I am so curious. Well, it's going to take a minute for Grok to respond.
I don't know Grok knows this yet, but you can separately ask everybody or ask it, what demographic has the lowest violent crime? It'll tell you Asians in general. So how is it suddenly Asian men are up at the middle? That I believe is like in Europe. It's coming over. Is what they call it.
Rob, go back to the clip of the guy, the shooter, for us to see the ending of that clip. It's disturbing, but if you can go back to it, if you just go on Alex's Twitter account, you'll see it.
Real Alex Jones.
There you go. Go for it. And go to 30 seconds.
Put this person on my hormones. Stuff makes them even more psychotic and give them a gun.
Unbelievable. This can be prevented, but it's all politics. They can't stop.
They take these people that are already autistic and give them the worst possible stuff. And I'm sure they'll probably blame this on Mossad soon, and because the Charlie Kirk's killer. There's no trans people killing anybody. It's all Mossad.
Let's go to that. Tyler Robinson, the roommate, the furry roommate, boyfriend, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if you saw this or not. He was found in Dallas. Do you have that story, Rob? If you want to find what happened there with Tyler, I'm sure you got some thoughts. What's going on there?
I mean, I saw it, but recap it for the viewers.
Yeah. What is the latest? What is the latest you know of what's going on there with the individual that killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, the reason I saw this last night about, quietly living in Texas, and from all I've seen, it looks like an accomplice. Why aren't they being charged? What do you think?
Trans lover of Charlie Kirk, alleged assassin spotted after going into hiding. Moving out of state, go a little bit lower, Rob. Go a little bit lower. The trans lover of Charlie Kirk's assassin, quietly Texas, 6 months after his partner charged for shooting right-winger influencer. Is this New York Post?
Yes.
And interesting that New York Post writes it that way. Lance Twiggs, who authorities refer to using male pronouns, has fled his hometown of St. George. Twiggs, 22, spotted with long, unkempt hair, a Taco Bell T-shirt. Go a little bit lower. Is that the same furry guy?
Yeah. That's the original photo of.
Okay, go a little bit lower.
So now he's back to being a man.
He's back to being a man. He's going to Taco Bell. Is it Taco Bell or Del Taco? What is he at the top? That is it, Taco Bell?
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. All right. I don't know how I feel about that. Go a little bit lower. Go a little bit lower, Rob. Even lower. Anything else? Twiggs has not been charged with crime. Authorities indication. Okay. Where are you at now? It's been months since his shooting. To me, he was number one draft pick. I don't think anybody was above Charlie. Charlie was the most important player in the conservative Republican movement long-term 60 years. They took out the number one draft pick. Knowing what we've seen and read, what do you think's going on?
Well, let's look at Tyler Robinson. Everybody saw the mugshot of him if you scroll up. And, he looks like a pretty normal guy. But as soon as I saw him in court and watched the 25 minutes of it, he was wearing the trans tie. He was laughing. He was looking really psychotic. And, there was this lie that, he's such a nice young boy. And then you have his family that turned him in, and they're crying behind him. And then you have all these leftists in the town saying, when Charlie comes here in a few days, he's going to be dead. And then as soon as the shot fired, a bunch of liberals go, yay, great job, and stand up while everybody else is running. And then you've got this famous leftist activist down there saying, "Oh, I shot him," and he told the police, "I did it so our guy could get away." That was coordinated. That's where the help is. But Kash Patel killed, and I confirm this with people that were in the room, any investigation into accomplices. And his argument to TPUSA was, and I talked to high level, I'll leave it at that, well, we don't think we can get those convictions. This is open and shut. So if we widen this, it'll make it too hard. No, it makes it believable. Plus, it's justice that we roll up this network of trans killers. They said we're going to kill them. 6 of them, well, 10 total, but 6 the days before said we're going to kill him when he comes here. Within minutes, they said, "See, he's dead. We told you." He had all these helpers there in the crowd. And then by limiting it and not bringing the stuff out, it allows people to push the idea that somebody else did it, which I have seen some weird stuff happen. There was a lot of bizarreness that day. I'm not saying it shouldn't be investigated, but overwhelmingly, we have these trans people out killing folks, evidenced by what we just saw in Canada. And in the last year, every confrontation I've had at a restaurant or on a hike and bike trail or on the streets of D.C. that we caught on tape is a trans person, and they never look like actually a real woman. They look like some crazy dude with sunken eyes, with bozo, the clown hair, comes over and threatens to kill me. And a guy in D.C. say, Charlie Kirk's gone, he got it, you're next. And he's going around me super fast in one of those mono wheel things, whatever those things are you stand on.
Yes.
And he's going like 30 miles an hour, almost hitting, 25 miles an hour, almost hitting people and swooping it out of traffic and coming back around me and threatening us. And I've had another one in a restaurant. I was working late, about 10 o'clock, pulling by myself. I go in the restaurant. I'm sitting there eating. This trans guy jumps up and says, "Get him out of here. Screw you, Alex Jones. We're going to get you." And they ended up grabbing him and dragging him out. And I said, "I'm still getting my food to go," and left. I've been on the hike and bike trail. Had one of them come up and say, "We hope you and your family die." So I personally, they all think we're hurting them. They all think that they're unhappy because of us. No, you're unhappy because you're taking a bunch of dangerous hormones in a weird cult. And so, just anecdotally, do I believe this guy killed Charlie Kirk? You bet your ass he was at least there. You bet your ass he's on video going through the hallways, down the stairs, and people are like, "Oh no, that's not him. He's a good boy." Or other people make an AI composite of him. People go, "Oh, that's AI, so all of it's fake." Well, we'll see. I know the government's corrupt. I know they put on show trials. I've been through a couple of them. But I really find it hard to believe they've got his family and everybody else and all the rest of it. And then he comes in with his trans tie looking like a Jeffrey Dahmer 2.0. So I don't know if you can pull up the footage of Tyler Robinson in court. And it's pretty creepy. I mean,
What's the trans tie? Yeah. You said trans tie?
That's the trans colors. That's the trans tie.
Got it. So he's representing.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the exact color, the exact stitching of it.
Did you see the George Zinn guy? What happened to him? The guy that stood up and walked up. Did you see the story about him?
No. Oh, he got busted for
man who falsely claimed he killed Charlie Kirk is sentenced to prison.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Rob, can you pull up that story? Is this it? Okay, go a little bit lower. Okay, so a man who falsely confessed to shooting the late Charlie Kirk last year will face up to 15 years in prison for pleading guilty to sexual exploitation of a minor and obstruction of justice. George Zinn, 71, claimed to have shot Charlie Kirk. Zinn was arrested later, admitted that he was hoping to hinder the investigation by giving false information to the police and diverting officers who could have secured the scene or searching the actual shooter. What's a little weird about this, Rob, I think people forgot this clip, a lot of people. Go back to the clip where the moment Charlie gets shot, he starts walking towards it. You remember this?
Yes.
When that happened. The moment he got shot, there's a video. It's funny that you can't find it. It should be easy. I would say, stands up. That's amazing that this video was so easy to find.
I have it.
So you have it?
I think I have it archived. Hang on.
Oh, we've shown it before.
Here, right here.
There you go. Go ahead, Rob. He just gets up and he puts his hands up. That quick of a reaction.
Instant. He goes, "I'm ready."
Quick of a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
You think he wasn't on it? You think he knew anything?
Absolutely, and he's famous for showing up at other big horrible events and doing key things like this. And definite intelligence operative. Turns out he's got cancer. I was hearing. So this is probably like his deal to get some money for his family or whatever. But the point is that there was all sorts of weirdness like this going on that day.
So how far are you following the story with Candace and Erica Kirk?
Oh, I followed it.
What do you think about that?
I think Erica Kirk obviously is a theater kid, and so her way of coping with this was to get up there and really put on a big show. That's what TPUSA does. Look at their Super Bowl halftime was amazing, way better than the Super Bowls. It was like, wow, I was like, this is really good. I don't usually like watching rock and roll or anything on TV. I like being there in person. So people saw all the big pageantry after he died. They thought, well, this looks like she's not sad. No, that's her putting on a good face, going out and doing it. And I'm not defending everything about TPUSA. I'm not paid by them. I've been at a few of their events and spoke. When I've defended TPUSA, they go, oh, you must be working for them. No. I know that Candace had the Brexit, and they were going to use that for the Brexit stuff, and that they bought her company. And then I know that she got upset about that, and I know that she was also mad about Charlie for some other things. And so the internet, it was a huge sensation questioning whether there was other shooters, whatever. And we also covered it, lots of weird anomalies, like the bullet going in the neck and not going out the back. I mean, give me a break. So we have questions. I mean, I think it should be investigated. But to say that TPUSA killed him, and then the Egyptians, then the Israelis, then French intelligence, and then their secret meetings at Fort Huachuca, and the guy was at Fort Huachuca. We never said he wasn't. He was acting weird, and they detained him. But the point is, everybody else has alibis that they weren't there at some meeting the day before planning his murder. It's not how it works, anyways. And so I looked up the guy they had as a witness, and he was like famous con man named Mitch Snow, who said he'd already got raised money before, saying my wife stole my son and beat me in the hands and broke my feet with hammers and locked me in the garage as a prisoner and all this stuff. Wouldn't let me. And then meanwhile, he was convicted of that. And then his ex-wife just released the footage to everybody of him having the keys to the car and him attacking with the hammer and him breaking the doors. And I'm just like, Candace, you cannot have this guy say he's at Fort Huachuca and he sees all these people, and then she goes, was this person there? Erica's old boyfriend? She goes, yes, him too. And was this person there? So it's kind of like you just mail order to like call DoorDash and anybody you want to be in on this master plan meeting to murder. And as soon as we say this, she goes, oh, I'm not saying they were planning to murder him there. Well, that's what all your surrogates are saying. So I've known Candace Owens since she basically showed up at the political scene. And her first thing was a way to rat out and dox conservatives and how women could go out and even date guys to set them up. That's kind of what the left's doing now. You hear them say, go out and date guys to set them up. That should have been a red flag. But then the left that she was involved in were false flagging her, posing as white supremacists to bully her, to think she was being stalked, so she'd sign her program over to them. So that's the left just all Jussie Smolletting each other. She comes on my show, seemed pretty nice and everything, and that was like 10, 11 years ago, whatever it was, I forget, 10 years ago, I forget. And then she just goes through this whole process where she's at TPUSA, and then she's at the Daily Wire, and all this stuff happens, and she's done some good work. But now it's gotten to where she's like, I'm here in Tennessee, and I grew up in Connecticut, and I've never seen the ice, on the trees not melt. It's 30 degrees. Why isn't it melting? And I just went on there and commented, well, ice melts at above 32 degrees. And then they all attacked me and said, you're wrong. It can melt at any temperature, she says. And then I even had one of her co-hosts was over at my studio at somebody else's show, and I made a joke to him in the hall. I said, so if Candace says ice is, melts at 30 degrees, he said, he goes, it does. It does melt at that. And I said, well, I said, if it's salt water, it can. And he was like, exactly. It's just like, I mean, it has reached this cuckoo level now where what's going to happen is now that we've woken up so many people that weren't that smart, but now it's so obvious the government and the media is lying to them. Now they just think they can go choose whatever reality they want. You understand? And so the new thing is you're going to have people that serve the globalists, people that fight the globalists, try to build a new future, and those that just believe the earth is flat that believe I'm a clone, that just believe everything's a fraud, that they don't think nuclear weapons are real, they don't think satellites are
Ask
real.
you one question. Here's one question about Candace.
Yeah.
Is if somebody said to Trump what Candace is saying about Erica Kirk, Trump would have sued him and put him out of business. Okay? She just came out. I think one of the girls this morning was telling me, I don't know who it was.
She says Erica needs to be arrested.
Yeah. So you say something like that. I just saw this morning. You say something like that. Why isn't Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA?
Listen, if Erica gets killed by a nut now, it'll be a false flag by Mossad. You see how it works. No matter what Candace does, she's insulated now. It's never her fault. Yeah, I mean, I believe Candace.
If it's defamation, that's a defamation lawsuit.
Well, I don't want to be mean to Candace, but I've looked in her eyes. I've watched her carefully. You can see the look. I think she's gone into like a megalomania. And I think her husband, I said this months ago, he needs to intervene. I don't mean shut her down or stop her, but she needs to go to and they go, oh, that's how the Soviet Union controls people. It's sending away to no. I'm saying I believe she's mentally ill. And she has this total scorn and just wants to destroy TPUSA. And you're right. TPUSA is one of the game changers that got Trump elected. 2.5 million young people just for the last election. It's expanded some now, but it's gotten really tainted by this. And she's in there attacking their donors. She wants the whole thing burned down. And it is malicious for maliciousness' sake. And she serialized all this made-up crap. I mean, what they claimed I did with Sandy Hook, I never did any of that. This is what they claimed I did. You just serialize BS and monetize it. And I hate to be mean to Candace because I like her as a person, think she's a nice person in the past. But notice that's Trump again. Because Trump will sit there and watch his most key pillars of support vaporized and not come in and support them. And I know TPUSA doesn't want to sue her. Listen, they have
Why don't they?
They have non-compete stuff with her. They have their Blixit contract with her. They have all this stuff because they don't want to escalate.
But if don't they also have where she can't defame them?
Yeah, all of it.
So then if that's the case, if she's breaking it and you don't do anything, you're confusing the market. So there's two things. Say you don't do anything. A percentage of the market will say what? Well, maybe she's right. Maybe they're afraid. So if you do something, then the market's going to say, let's see what happens. Here's a lawsuit. So to me, I don't follow this very closely right now.
I don't either.
I just get clips that are sent my way.
Check of it.
I get stuff that's sent my way, and, I follow the Macron stuff very closely. I thought she was doing a great job with that to see what happened. And we still don't know what happened there. But, some of the stuff is very weird with Macron and the husband. But to me, if TPUSA doesn't take any action, she gains more credibility, period. And if I'm Candace would say, well, if I'm wrong, sue me. Go ahead, sue me. That's a very interesting slippery slope. Trump would have stopped it a long time ago if this was taking place. I wonder why they're not.
Well, speaking of that, I'd like to give you an update on what's happening with InfoWars.
Go for it.
Okay, because I've seen you guys cover it, and you've been very overall fair, but I don't blame you not knowing, because it would take years for you to know it all, okay? Because I didn't understand it until later in the process. So 12, 13 years ago, a kid on a bunch of SSRIs, his mom buys a rifle. He goes, reportedly shoots a bunch of kids at this school in Connecticut. I don't ever say that it was staged for, I forget the exact number, like a year or something. Professors in Florida and Wisconsin and a bunch of other places, they come out and they say they think it didn't happen. And then they start giving what their evidence is. It becomes this sensation on the internet, hundreds of millions of views, some videos per video on YouTube, tens of millions. My listeners are demanding I have these guys on. So I have them on. I have them debate newspaper editors that think it did happen. And I probably did 10 shows on it total over the years. They put into evidence suing me 22 minutes. And it was just me with a caller caller's like, I think it's fake. And I can see it's synthetic. Yeah, fake. And then they would use that to then say I sent people to pee on the kids' graves and all this stuff that never happened, period. You understand? Much less from me. And then Hillary runs $25 or $26 million, whatever it was, of ads the last month of the run in 2016. saying, Trump says Alex Jones is amazing. Alex Jones says this never happened. And they show like a 3-second clip of me saying synthetic fake. Then Trump wins. Well, then I didn't know what was happening. They start running, I'm not exaggerating, hundreds of articles a day, sometimes thousands. I get the Google alerts because it'd be like an AP article, be everywhere syndicated. Some days, 33,000 articles, but it would be AP in 25,000 places. But I'd be on every channel. Remember, for months and months and years and years, like they were invading a country. And I didn't understand. Well, they were running ads through these charities that were set up in association with Bloomberg and the families. Whenever you hear the families, there's 20 families. 6 people from like a couple families are who sued me. I only ever said the name of one parent. Okay, under the law, you're not supposed to be able to sue somebody unless you said their name. So I didn't know what was happening until last year when we got the documents. People pointed it out where to find it. You know, Mike Benz type folks, not him. It was in the public record. So I'm sitting there for like 2 years before they sue me. I haven't even talked about it in years. Before they sue me, I'm like, I think it happened. Stop saying I did this to you. They were running ads on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, where it wasn't for gun control. It's Alex Jones attacking us. They're attacking us. We need money. So we later learned they raised at one charity, just run by 2 of the parents, $300 million off of my name over like a 5-year period, and directly off of me. Like they attack me, the money goes for nothing. This they sue me. This the show trials happen. Boom. We then learned that the Justice Department would pay the Connecticut law firm 1 to 2 weeks before each time they would put their bill in each year, and then the Justice Department would give that exact charity, a couple of them, millions of dollars. We have all the screenshots off the federal websites, all this, okay? And there's a lawsuit being filed imminently, probably even today, finally, my civil rights lawsuit for all of this. So I didn't understand what's going on. Like, why am I on every channel? I barely ever talked about this. I'm in restaurants. People are going, quit making your money off those kids. They're saying I made hundreds of millions off these kids. They're saying I have hundreds. I never made hundreds of millions. My company had made gross hundreds of millions, but that's like you sell a water filter and you make 35% on it. This guy sold $10 million of water filters. Yeah, we made $3.5 million, and we advertising and crew. It's like you know business. So look, this company made $60 million this year. Yeah, and about $20 million of it was genuine profit. You pay half in taxpayer employees. So, but they're saying he's got hundreds of millions he made off these people. They're telling the juries, but here's the key. They said I never gave them discovery. I gave them all the discovery. Everything. It was made up that I didn't give them discovery. Then the judges find me guilty. It's called a default, which they did to Mike Lindell recently last year. Mike Lindell said Smartmatic and Dominion were doing things that were wrong. They've since been indicted. They've since had to admit a lot of it. But you know what happened to Mike Lindell? 6 months ago, the federal judge said, I'm ruling, you can type this in, judge finds Mike Lindell guilty, Smartmatic. The judge said, I find you guilty. There's no way to access a Smartmatic remotely or by the internet, even though it's built into them with phones. And so now he's going to tell a jury this year that Mike is guilty and the jury will rule against him. So that's default right there, okay? Judge rules. My pillow guy, Mike Lindell, defamed Smartmatic with false claims. He was defaulted. But in this case, the judge didn't even say he didn't give him discovery. They don't want his discovery. It's all the proof he was right. The judge is finding that it's impossible because these machines cannot be accessed. They have cell phones built into them and ports plugged into them. We have famous cases in the elections where the Dominion and Smartmatic crews come in during the elections and plug in. Everybody knows that. So the point is, this fundamental lie, this is how they get you now. We need major reform over this default garbage. So both judges in Texas and in Connecticut find me guilty. They then have show trials after 4 years suing me, 1 month after the next, right before the midterms. Okay, last time before, right before 2024. No, 2022. And so I'm in there, and there's lights, and they're putting powder on the judge and the other people, and the judge, kicks the jury out and cuts off the YouTube feed and says, now there's 20 things you can't say. You can't say you're innocent. You can't say you don't have 400 million, all this stuff. And I'm like, and so people say, why aren't my lawyers defending me? She would then go have conferences behind the deal, not let them have a record of it, and tell them, I'll sanction you, you can't do it. So it was literally totally rigged. First time guilty, but now she's got to have the show trial where the jury's told I'm guilty, given false evidence. They put on days of evidence that I had $300 million in the bank. The man never examined our files. It was just totally made up. He said our whole business model was different than it was. he talked like Thurston Howell the third. Wasn't even, and then the jury, we talked to them later, they go, well, since you got $360 million, we thought they deserved 10% of your money. I mean, 45 million. And meanwhile, I was negative in the bank then and had never made more than myself like $8 million, $10 million a year. Okay, those are my best years ever. I need it for legal fees anyways. So I'm just sitting here, and the judge said those 2 days, you are not allowed to put on a defense. We had to sit there and say not one word why this guy just gets up there and makes up a complete
Who's this judge?
Fantasy land. She's literally a, you go to her Facebook, she supports, Antifa, everything else. Her judge's name is Guerra Gamble.
Guerra Gamble?
Guerra Gamble.
There it is, yeah, Guerra Gamble.
Yeah, and then she is literally, used to have like on her Facebook blue hair. And
her?
Yeah, that's her. And
what do we know about her?
In Texas, the judges are elected. She's literally financed by consortiums of Soros money. And she's just unbelievable. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
So where's it at now?
Well, listen, it gets worse. Then a few years later, the HBO produced a documentary. Okay, so it's all scripted. I'm forced to be an actor in this. I didn't understand until later. That's why I couldn't talk unless they said. Couldn't say I was innocent. And she walks the red carpet at South by Southwest. Well, this is the main premiere at the big giant movie theater with everyone clapping like she's a movie star. Judges aren't supposed to be in a movie about their own deal that they shoot during the trial and then walk the red carpet and be part of the event. That is unbelievable. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Where's it at now? What I want to, how much have you paid? What can you disclose to us? What's next?
Well, yeah, that's how the lie always works. He refuses to pay the families. Of the 20 families, only 6 people sued me. Never said the names of anybody but one person. And so they got a $45 million judgment in Texas. They got a $1.4 billion in Connecticut. The interest on it's like $600 million already. If you remember, they asked for $2.67 trillion or 2.76. What was it? Guys, type in Bloomberg. Sandy Hook families lawyers asked for over $2 trillion. And so, which is the GDP of India. And it's all about horrifying people. It's all about driving people into submission. So
stop it.
Yeah, 2.75 trillion now, sorry.
Sandy Hook family said a Connecticut judge should impose the highest possible punitive damages for Alex Jones, suggesting by one calculation could be as high as 2.75 trillion. And most couldn't pay that. Countries couldn't pay that. Where did it come up with 2.75?
The U.S. couldn't pay that right now.
Where did it come up with that number?
They got up and said to the judge. In fact, there's another Bloomberg headline that says lawyers for the families asked for 2.75 trillion. So you asked where this is going. Ladies and gentlemen, it's worse than I'm saying because there's so much to say. They got me in conferences. The only reason I can say this is because they said it outside of the mediations in Connecticut and Texas. And they said, if you just stop covering guns and stop supporting Trump and all this, we'll just drop all this. So this is all about pure harassment. They also have said they never want money. So they'll say in the news, we want money, we want money, we want money. He got all our money. He made money off us. That's not true. Don't have money to make money off them. They made $300 million off me fundraising, okay? And they got Justice Department money to fund their lawsuits. So on top of it, and you've got all these other high-powered politicians involved. But now, if they set this precedent, which they're doing it to everybody, Giuliani defaulted, Mike Lindell defaulted, all vindicated, doesn't matter. They're going to do this to everybody. This is their new thing, where they default you, and then now, I literally have almost no money in the bank. Under Texas law, I get to keep my house, my car. I don't care. That's fine. But I never had all this money, they said, and so we have it on appeal still at the state of Texas. The Supreme Court, Texas is going to overturn it because the stuff she did was crazy. Even though she found me guilty and then the jury agreed to that, she then, 2 weeks after the show trial, said, I'm finding you guilty of elder abuse because one of the parents is above 63 now, and I'm going to then bust the cap that was like at $500,000 so they could get to their $45 million. Well, she said, I don't care what the Supreme Court, she said in the ruling, I don't care what the Supreme Court says, I'm doing this. So the Supreme Court has that. That's going to get overturned. But I've already been to the Supreme Court on the Connecticut case. They refused to hear it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because in this case, you have serious conspiracy against rights, civil rights violations, where all these groups colluded Remember when they said the Onion and Bloomberg 2 years ago or a year and a half ago bought InfoWars and it was shut?
Yes.
And then the federal judge overrode it? Then they did a bunch more stuff like that, turning the lights out, sending in armed security, all this stuff. I mean, it has been like the Alamo down there. And so finally, the federal court kicked it out in bankruptcy of 3 years, said we wash our hands because they would never agree to anything. He kicks into state court. Barbara Bellis, the same judge, she said, signs a receiver and tells him to come in and take it over. Under the law, he's supposed to sell it at auction, but they don't want it sold at auction. So now he has just come in and said he's no longer going to allow it to operate and fund next month, even though the money's there to run it. And so they're going to close the doors. He says somewhere around the 7th of March, finally, and we'll shut down. I have the Alex Jones backup network that other people own. I'll pop back on the air, follow me on next Alex Jones, things like that. But my point is that all the rules are being violated. Well, that's fine because I've got good, high-powered lawyers now, and I had good ones before, but they didn't understand this was next-level corruption they were dealing with by the courts that are hitting them at every level. And not every court's corrupt. And the stuff we've deposed them over a year ago, just admitting that, oh, yeah, the plaintiffs and the families, yeah, we got together with the U.S. trustee of the Justice Department that came into my case, and we decided people that are going to work with Alex Jones will never be allowed to get this company. So that's why they had the staged. That's why they had the staged auction, was because the judge ordered an auction. So they had a staged auction that wasn't real, so that Michael Bloomberg financing it could get control of my website. They said to confuse people about who I am.
So,
and I know you're a business guy, so you understand all this. Can you translate to the public what you think you're hearing?
No. I'm tracking. The question I got is, can a pardon help you in any way?
I don't think they have pardons for civil matters.
He can't do anything with that, right?
No.
From the top.
Only the public can pardon me by following what I do. Whoever my sponsors are, support them. Because here's the deal: I get to have my crew and have my show, and we're building a studio with folks even better than one before. And so, and under federal and state law, I'm allowed to get my paycheck. They can try to grab it and stuff, but I don't care. I live in a trailer. I live under a bridge. I don't care. They haven't taken away my voice. They haven't taken away.
Have they garnished your wages yet or not yet?
Well, that's the thing is they've never wanted to settle. So the courts keep telling them settle, but they'll never settle because they want to keep the protracted fight going because it's about pinning me down. It's about, they say on TV, we want him off the air. We don't want money. We do this to harass him. We do this to silence him.
So long-term, InfoWars, what's the plans? Are you going to sell? Are you going to move?
They won't let anybody buy it.
They won't let anybody buy it. And whoever that probably buys you, they're going to destroy them as well. They're going to go after them as well.
Well, they're just not letting anybody do it at auction. So now now the Onion guy, who's fun about Bloomberg, he has said, oh, yeah, it's at the state receiver level. I'll be getting it soon.
I'll be getting it soon?
Yep.
What does that mean?
It means that they're not going to have an auction. Because, again, under the law, I'm supposed to have something sold so that part of my debt's taken away. Yeah. But they go, no. We have you with a no discharge in the federal court. They manipulated the judge there with deception. That's going to get overturned. So that no matter what I pay them, I never get out of it. You understand? It's non-dischargeable, which is the bankruptcy law is supposed to be about that. So then at the state level, we're like, okay, we got people that are ready to buy this for a bunch of money. They go, we don't want money. We're just going to wait, and the receiver's going to give it to us, and you don't get any money taken off what you owe us. Under the law, that's illegal. But they don't care because they got an Antifa judge with blue hair. I mean, imagine you go into a court and there's literal, Antifa sitting there.
So no, they haven't garnished your wages. They haven't taken any money from you yet. You are spending a lot of money with lawyers.
Well, let me be clear what they did. All I had was I'm not into big fancy stuff. All I had was a 127-acre ranch out in the middle of nowhere, an hour from Austin. That was great in a place I never had time to even go there. Okay, it was because it was an emergency. It had a little shack on it that was really cool. It was like 150 years old. Cotton farmers lived there. And so they took that. They got $3 million for it, like triple what I bought it for. They got my little lake house that I bought for like $300,000. They got like $1 million for that. A little cool thing right on the edge of a deal, but I never had time to go to the lake house. So in all my years on air, supposedly making hundreds of millions of dollars, I had this ranch and I had this other thing, And then and I had a Ford Explorer, because you get to keep your main car. They got like a 7-year-old Ford Explorer. So they got all that. They had me audited by the IRS. And the IRS came back after a year audit and said, okay, you overpaid taxes the last 5 years, $4.3 million. So that went into them. But then they never want the money. They give it to the lawyers and whoever the receiver is to continue to wage war. And then they spend all the money with PIs and audits and corporate audits.
How much of that money went to the 6 families?
None of it. They don't want the money. They've said in hundreds of clips on TV, we don't want money. All of it is weaponized. They already get $300 million off my name in fundraising. They already get Justice Department money funding their lawsuits. So they got their $300 million, okay, plus off my name. I mean, they literally
the 6 families.
Yes, so they already got $300 million, and it's me, my face, ads. He's brutalizing us. Give us money, help us.
Why didn't the other 14 families sue you?
I think they went and they must have gone and researched. I never said anything about them. I mean, I literally watched a few videos, commented on a few people, had a couple of debates about it, and then talked about one guy who I won't even say his name, but he's real famous. He sees the CNN cameras. They'll go, hey, you're supposed to be on camera, and he's like, going, ha ha ha. And he sees the camera, starts crying. People said that looked fake. And so all I did was say, yeah, it looks like that to me. I didn't create it, didn't put it out, any of that. That's all they've got. And so when they say they've harassed me, when they say I've harassed them, when they say I've made money off them, none of it is true. They live off of me. But it's not them. It's the lawyers. It's the law firms. It's the Democratic Party. I mean,
yeah, it's pretty wild. So it's not closed. They want to extend. I remember when I got sued by the previous company I was with, the first thing I wanted to do was settle. The moment we settled, I could get my contracts with other insurance company. Later on, the CEO of that company and I had dinner one time, the guy that sued me. He says, what should we have done differently? I said, if you would have kept the lawsuit going, I would have lost a lot of contracts. I would have been out of business. So you should have extended the lawsuit and not settle for the check that I gave you. They sat there and thought about it. They obviously want to destroy you is what they're trying to do. Can they stop you from giving your thoughts and opinions?
No.
They can't stop doing that.
Well, that gets incredible. If you go back to June of 2024, when they got caught doing the fake auction and all that, they had the former federal prosecutor and head lawyer, my main inquisitor, looks like Eddie Munster, come down here with the one dad whose name I had said, and they would kind of bow up at the entrance and raw dog me, it was just pathetic. And they thought we were going to be shut down that day. And they put filings in saying, you can pull this up in Bloomberg, the 13th Amendment does not apply to Alex Jones. It applies to everyone else. He's a special case. We own his name. We own his likeness, basically. We own all. And remember, they went to X and said, we want real Alex Jones. And they said, no, we own that sub URL. And if you can sue and say you can get his content, then you show us the right court ruling. We'll let you download his content, but you will not get real Alex Jones. And Elon spent a bunch of money, got the whole file, countersued them, and they had to back off. Did you guys pull the 13th Amendment thing?
I'm looking.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. It's in a Bloomberg article. So lawyers say the 13th Amendment is Alex Jones is a special case. 13th Amendment doesn't apply to him. So they literally that's against indentured servitude and slavery. So they literally, if you want to, I think the headline will be like, the families, it's always the families, not Democrat PR firms and think tanks, the families of Sandy Hook want Alex Jones' social media. And it's in a Bloomberg article about that. It's also in articles X to intervene in Alex Jones' case.
There you go. You just found it, Rob. All the way at the top. Isn't that the one? Reuters? Reuters is probably quoting 1, 2, C. That's the one. Click on it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. The point is, you can read the filing. They said, they literally said they own my name. Well, only if you sign a 360 contract like Prince did with Sony or whatever it was, you can sell your likeness and you can sell your name. I've always free to aired my information. In fact, they had a big problem even saying they can own the catalog because I've always said in contracts online, so stations can play us without asking, TV stations. I always say this is a free, non-exclusive license to the world. Yeah, there it is. There it is. The 13th Amendment does not apply to him.
Wow.
You got to read the filing. You can't make this up, man. I mean, they literally, and imagine I'm walking into the courtroom, just like this. We're like,
ready to get you.
One time my security had to come over because one of them came over like, he's gonna, and it's like, you only gave us $300 million. We only live off you. We only made all this up about you. And then they just got to act like I'm this bad guy. It's fucking crazy, man. I just laugh at them like, you fucking lunatics. Holy and like one guy looks like Eddie Munster, like walks like a flying monkey. Like it was like, man, my lawyers are like, who are these people?
Do these clips exist or no?
There's no cameras in a federal court. I'm just saying, you got to see these people to believe them. Because they know I haven't done any of this stuff, and they'll just sit there going, every time I turn around, they're just going like, and I'm just like, dude, you know you made $300 million off me. I didn't do any of this. The worst they got is me with a caller one time going, yeah, I can see how it's totally fake, synthetic event. I just move on to the next person. Like I said day one, I think Jussie Smollett's fake. If it was real, it's not why am I bad? You know?
Yeah, it's wild seeing from there to now. Alex, if today you're 22 and you're the same wiring, you're getting started in social media today, doing the same thing you're doing, would you do anything differently?
Oh, I definitely. Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have interviewed like those professors and stuff that were saying it didn't happen. I mean, because.
You wouldn't have interviewed those guys.
No, I wouldn't have because it allowed me to be set up. I mean, here's an example. People. There's a whole genre of real conspiracy theories where people speculate. What I've always done is really just cover news and analyze stuff people don't know about. The trouble I've gotten in is when I cover somebody else doing something, it then gets attributed to me. Like I said at the start of the show, after it came out in the WikiLeaks emails, WikiLeaks that were confirmed to be real in 2016, all this horrible Satanism, Aleister Crowley delivering kids the hot tub for Podesta, we were just some of the people covering that. CNN, MSNBC, New York Times all covered 4chan and 8chan that were putting out disinformation so they could discredit the real info. I just barely even covered them and said, I think they're wrong. I then got blamed for what they did. Now we know from the emails of Epstein and others, they were working with 8chan and 4chan to plant that. You see, but even when I even talked about it, they then turned around and said, because I was the target, you are the one, and tried to sue me, but that didn't go anywhere. But the Democrats used that off record. I can't talk about what happened off record. They used that threat. This is back 2017 to get me to go to D.C. to have a conference about some stuff. It wasn't just Pizzagate, it was other things. And they said, okay, well, this person's, took them days to even get around to, who this person is, but in a huge law firm, all this. But if you'll just stop and work with us, $50 million a year. And I said, I'm not going to do it. And they said, fine, you're going to get sued, you're going to get destroyed. And then that's when all this started up. But I mean, I've met with Democrats that you see on TV, the lawyers and stuff. And it's just point blank, Alex, we like you, come join us right now. And I'm like, no. So that's why when I'm down lower level and their lower level lawyers are at a mediation, with me, the head of the Koskoff firm, the judge and my lawyer, and the meeting starts, he goes, you ever seen the Godfather movie? And I go, yeah. And he goes, well, we're like that. We run this state. You're going to lose. So I got you down here for this mediation. I'm going to go talk to your lawyer, and he'll tell you the message. And the retired judge was like, wow, that was weird. I've known him for years and act like that. And then I get in the car with my lawyer, and he goes, well, I go, let me guess, they want me to come meet and agree to this and not talk about the Second Amendment. But he goes, yeah, how'd you know? And I said, I've got this before. So that was just the lower level giving me the message from the higher level. Like, here's the $50 million, and then by the time, we just won't destroy you down here. And I'm like, dude, like, they think I'm for sale. I don't know how to sell out. In fact, I have so much energy and stuff because I'm going to fight for my life. And so I'm going to, and so I wish I never would have stepped into their trap. But the way God works in mysterious ways, I kind of think maybe I shouldn't have any regrets because it was all a learning process. And I learned so much, and how they operate got exposed in the process. And I believe in the end, things like this is going to bring them down. So, I mean, look how Mike Lindell, a judge finds him guilty. no jury, but then months later, everything about the companies comes out just like he said. Well, and now they called Lindell. He was on my show 2 weeks ago. You got to get him on. And he named names, and they said, listen, we'll drop our lawsuit against you, and maybe even, take care of some of the back money that you spent fighting us. Oh, if you'll just not attack us anymore. And Mike said, I didn't attack you. I told the truth. And he said, I'll see you in court, and hung up on him. So see, now they've found him in default. Good, let's have the jury trial later this year. Now that they've already been indicted and it's all coming out. See how it works? So enough time on this. It's coming out about all of them. Does that make sense?
It does. I have one last question I want to ask you before we wrap up. You had an interaction with Marco Rubio. I don't know what it was, 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 9 years ago. Rob, do you have that clip? This one right here. Go ahead and play the clip, Rob.
Google, does Facebook, does
That's why you didn't get elected.
Do they need to be regulated like what? Do they need to be regulated?
Marco Rubio, the snake. Little frat boy here.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Who are you, man?
Yeah,
Who is
sure.
this guy? I swear to God, I don't
You
know
better
who
hope
you
you're
are,
going to be
man.
platforming. Tens of millions of views.
InfoWars.
Bigger than Rush Limbaugh. He knows who InfoWars is. Playing this joke over here. That's why the platforming didn't work.
That's there. Whatever the timeline is. What year is this, Rob? Can you pull up the year?
I remember. This is like 8.5 years ago.
Okay. From there to now watching how he's handling himself, has your opinion about him changed?
Well, first, I want to be clear about this clip.
Please.
They were having hearings about censorship where they were talking about me, and the Google head was there, but I couldn't ask questions. So I'm already hot and bothered, and they got these scrums all over. So I walk over, and he's doing a scrum with like 4 or 5 reporters. So I sit there politely, and we put the raw video out, but then they banned us right after this, so we should re-upload it. So much stuff that I remember, we'll try to find the full thing. I walk over, and I'm polite, and I wait. And I say, shouldn't we do something about censorship and what's been happening to InfoWars? Because that had just happened. And he goes, who are you? And then he turns and ignores me, so I wait a while. Then I start being smart mouth. So the media cut it to make me look like I'm a dick, you understand? So I didn't just walk over to him and be a jerk.
Have you guys ever interacted prior to this or no?
Well, no, but here's the thing. I've always thought he was competent, very well-spoken, and I knew he used to be more neoconish. That's how the structure was. He's been a great guy for Trump. He's got the best numbers of anybody in there. And so I don't want to be enemies with Marco Rubio. In fact, 6 months ago, I know I'm in there, they told me they got into the State Department documents of the 12 people they're mainly targeting when Trump first got in at first. I'm one of them. And then we know it went up to 30, and I've got these documents, a bunch of them. I'm in Crossfire Hurricane. I'm in Arctic Frost. I'm in it all, man. I've been, oh yeah, I forgot the Sandy Hook thing. It was the CIA went, and that's come out and got the Justice Department to do that as well. CIA, FBI ran all this. I forgot that. The FBI initiated the lawsuits, all of it. So I was trying to get him to do something about it. I advised J.D. Vance when I already knew he had the nomination. Nobody knew it. We met up in Detroit, and I explained. I said, it's the Countering Foreign Disinformation Propaganda Act of Obama. That's how they put the stay-behind networks or sleeper cells in. When Trump got in, they put a couple $2 billion that tied into other agencies that already had money for other programs, over $20 billion, to be able to then engage in propaganda and undermining you. And Vance is like, yeah, we're on that. We know about that. But the point is that all the stuff Mike Benz now has just vindicated all that. But I've been aware of this whole plan, and that's why they've been after me, is because I actually know how their plans operate. Sorry. Oh, back to Marco Rubio. I would like to be nice to Marco Rubio, but he goes on to basically threaten to kick my ass in the club. He says
that day.
Yeah, he says if you touch me again, I'm going to have you dealt with. And I said, oh, your bodyguard? He goes, no, I'll take care of him myself.
He said that. Good for him. Question I got for you is, right now, okay, this is February 12th is what it is right now. Who is your number one candidate, draft pick for 2028 president on the Republican side? Is it him or Vance?
Is it who I think can win? Or is
primary general? Because those are two different things.
I like J.D. Vance better and think he's very well spoken, and is presidential material. I trust him more, but I gotta say, I think both in the primary and in the general, I think even though they're best buddies and two peas in a pod, I think that's because Rubio's keeping his competition close. I'd have to say Rubio's got the edge.
Rubio's got the edge.
Yeah.
Well, good for you. Even though you like JD, you think Rubio's got the edge.
Well, there's enough, though, conservatives that are anti-war that might taint it. But just for his performance and the way the way he comes off. I mean, Vance comes off great too. But Rubio gets to also be at the big peace summits and the war operations and all that really powerful stuff. So and then he handles it very well. I mean, he comes off very presidential. So I'm just being honest with you.
Okay, sounds good. We are at the end of the podcast.
Tell people where to find me.
Say that again.
Tell people where to find me.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, InfoWars will probably be shut down. I know it's happened a bunch, but this is probably it in the next 3 weeks. You'll find out about the new network, the new URLs, the new news sites at Real Alex Jones on X, on Rumble at The Alex Jones Show, which I've just started promoting Rumble. So we're going to build that up. And on anywhere else we're allowed. We're still banned everywhere else. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. What's going on here?
We got a gift for you, buddy.
So Real Alex Jones and our backup network at AJM Live. And Patrick, thank you, brother.
Anytime.
Thanks for having me.
And in the interim, folks, it is his birthday yesterday. So we got to sing for you. We got you a cake. We got you a few things. On 3, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alex Jones.
What the hell?
Happy birthday to you. And Rob, can you bring me the other gift hidden so I can give it to him?
Yes. And listen, I knew about Manek, but now that I've really looked at it, it looks badass. I can't wait to get involved in that.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to be able to access you, ask you questions. And I thought it was appropriate while we're doing this.
Is the girl one of the presents? It's a joke.
No, but this gay frog is.
I got a boyfriend, not a girlfriend. Thank you. All right.
So we got you that. We got a couple other gifts. We got this shoe that we built the last 2 years, made in Italy 100%. Your size, future looks bright shoe. So when you're sitting there in business meetings, folks will see that the future looks bright. This is yours.
Right now.
Go for it. See if it fits. Hopefully we got the right size.
Shoe fits, you must have quit.
Let's see it.
Hey, I need people to give me stuff. I don't have any money.
There you go. Sick. There you go, buddy.
Me and Patrick get married.
We'll make the announcement on the next podcast.
They fit perfect.
There you go. There you go, buddy. Congratulations, congratulations. Happy birthday, buddy. You're the man.
Thank you, sir.
Take care, everybody. Go send him a wish him a happy birthday on Connect and follow socials. God bless everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It. So much of what is wrong in the West can be traced back to the warped thinking, the suicidally stupid self-loathing of the awfuls. That's the affluent white female leftists, the Karens who not only vote left, but they're determined to make a nuisance of themselves, pushing their twisted ideology. Even a yoga studio is not safe from the madness. Watch these mad banshees attack some poor workers at a Minneapolis yoga studio because they want these workers to issue formal statements against ICE, US Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Go. Say them out loud and for the camera for all my viewers. Let's hear it. Why are you being silent? Let's hear it, Delaney, loud and proud, baby. You want to say it? F***ing say it. Why? No. Okay, let's go. It's an and a well. You should have well-rehearsed corporate action and words ready to go.
Yes, the poor workers at the yoga studio must issue statements against ICE. Now let's hear from the crazy Karen who led that protest.
Because I know that the set people don't make a lot of money, and I always want to be able to support people who have to clean up. One of the people in the class said to me, you know what, we shouldn't put our weights away today. We should let corporate cleaning it up since they're here to see how everything is. And that's exactly what we did. So rather than putting all the weights back in organizing like I normally would. We just left them on the floor.
Yes, a brave and stunning stand by the yoga mums there. And instead of standing up for their workers, that studio has caved into the mob and is now putting up anti-ICE signs in its studios in Minneapolis. Absolutely pathetic. Let's check in now on an activist using the medium of dance and knitted jumpers to protest against President Trump and ICE. Wow, I can't see how President Trump can possibly recover from that. Let's hear now from Sunny Hostin, the co-host of The View, who makes some incredible claims here about the world's richest man, Elon Musk.
I think we need to call a thing when we're talking about someone like Elon Musk. He has trafficked in white supremacy on the internet, on social media, on X for quite some time. He sparked some controversy just on January 8th, calling for white solidarity and warning that white men would be slaughtered if they became a minority. He also posted in September that white people are a rapidly diminishing minority of the global population. And in December, he said that the South African government is super racist against anyone who isn't black. And he has also said that he is not African, that he is actually of British and English descent. And so we know what this is. He is a white supremacist. In my view, he is a racist.
So Elon Musk is a racist and a white supremacist for simply noting facts that Sunny does not like. I've got to say one thing to Sunny Hostin. It's not Elon Musk whose family has a history of being slave owners.
Wow. I'm a little bit in shock. I just always thought of myself as Puerto Rican, half Puerto Rican. I didn't think I was, my family was originally from Spain and slaveholders.
Let's hear now from a trans activist who thinks the real victim, the first victim of a horrific mass shooting in Canada, is the killer himself, because the killer was trans.
The first victim of this tragedy was the shooter. And you can disagree all you want. But that person did not just decide one day that it was the day. It was the day that they could not take it any longer.
Let's bring in filmmaker and commentator Ami Horowitz. Ami, this is the latest mass shooting attributed to a trans or non-binary killer, or as the Canadian authorities call him, the gun person. God forbid they should misgender a mass killer.
That includes the deceased gun person.
Okay. And then separately, do you know the gun person's relationship to...
Ami, what more do we know about this gunman, Jesse Van Rutselaar, and this horrific crime?
Yeah, you stole one of my notes. I mean, how Orwellian, gun person. That is chilling and crazy. Yes, we know this was a trans person. First of all, look, as we now have to say, we talk about gun laws and what their effects are ultimately on shootings. Canada has one of the strictest gun laws, certainly in the world, and yet this is a mass shooting that we've had. Look, if the gunman wasn't a straight white male, it's the job of the authorities to hide their identity. That's the way it works, right? It's a straight white male. We'll identify him all the live long day. But if it's not, so if it's a trans person, we're gonna do whatever we can to obscure what the identity is, right? And look, I had, like I always do, I do show prep, and I did my research with AI, and we always have that fun AI stories. And I ask, well, what % of school shootings we've had in the last 5 years have been from trans people? And it refused to give me a number. It kept saying it's a very, very low number. I swear it would not. I had to list every single one of the last 5 years mass school shootings and individually go through them. And what's the answer? There's been 5 in the last 5 years, and 2 of the 5, 40%, had been people who are trans or non-binary. Yet
since we last talked about this, I went and checked that out for myself. I asked the not just ChatGPT, but Grok, and asked precisely what you were talking about, to list the number of mass shootings in the recent years that have involved a trans shooter or a non-binary shooter, and it just refuses to do it. When you then give it a number of events, it will acknowledge it and repeat those to you, but it will not compile a list, which is extraordinary, because I could ask it to compile any other sort of list and it will normally do it. But there is just this determination not to acknowledge that perhaps there is a problem here. Now let's move along to the House of Representatives today, passing a massive election integrity bill, 218 to 213 votes. We've talked about this before, Army, about how popular this policy is. Around 85% of Americans back voter ID, but the Democrats continue to oppose it. They voted against the Save America Act, Army.
Yeah, and this happens over and over and over again. All the Democrats voted against it in the House, save one. Look, there's a reason why they continue to push universal mail-in balloting and ballot harvesting and voting all year long and against voter ID. And by the way, also voting for non-citizens to vote. I know. They all say that's not true. That's a scurrilous lie. It absolutely 100% is true. In New York, in Chicago, in San Francisco, in DC, and other cities, they have voted to have non-citizens vote, okay? I'm sorry, that's the reality. They want to try to get away from it all they want, but it's just not possible. Look, last week we talked about the reason why I made that voter ID video, because somebody voted for my dad. What I didn't tell you, the second part of that story, which ties into this, is that I took a photo of that and I sent that to the California Board of Elections. I go, look, you claim there's no voter fraud. Here is an absolute clear indication of voter fraud. You know how quickly they got back to me? They never got back to me. They don't care. They don't want to know. That's the reality. Look, Rita, in virtually every Western European country, you have to show ID to vote. That's just part of what it is. They don't want to safeguard elections because they call safeguarding elections voter suppression. That's the Democratic Party, okay? The reality is they want this problematic issue to be in our voting because they feel whatever. You know, we can go into, that's a whole different discussion on why they don't want voter integrity. I think that they think it's going to help elect Democrats, okay? And this, Rita, is the party of
It's the only answer, Army. That's the only answer. Why else would you campaign against, vote against a policy that poll after poll shows around 85% of Americans back? And we brought you the CNN coverage of that issue last week. The polling on this is clear. This is almost it's not even an 80-20 issue. It's close to a 90-10 issue. And yet the Democrats are staunchly against voter ID. Now, talking about Democrats, Democrat heartland of California has lost another billionaire. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is fleeing Gavin Newsom's California and heading to Florida, Army. He has purchased a massive waterfront mansion in Miami, and he is expected to live in it. It's not supposed to be a holiday home. They're expecting him to move to the red state in April. Why are so many people leaving California for places like Florida and Texas and Tennessee? It's a bit of a theme there.
Yeah, I can't tell if that was a rhetorical question or a real question, Rita. Well, I mean, California is it's unbelievable. Here's the data, okay? In the last 10 years, 10 million people have left California, including dozens of billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg, taking with them all their job creation, all their innovation. It's all going out the door to the states who are welcoming people who want to create wealth, okay? Not California. You know, the greatest stat of all is that if you want to rent a U-Haul one way from California to Texas, it is 4 times more expensive in that direction than Texas coming back to, because no one is doing that. Look, this hurts my heart. It does. As you know, I am a I live in New York, but I am a LA boy. I am a California boy at heart. okay? And it pains me to no end to see the destruction of my state. And one of the main drivers of the ultra wealthy leaving is because they've been pushing, and now they're about to possibly pass, a 5% wealth tax on the ultra rich. Now, to be clear what that is, you're talking about real estate holdings for businesses, you're talking about ownership of businesses, and you're talking about stock portfolios. And for those who don't understand what that means, that's not an extra 5% tax on your earnings. What that means is if you own a business that you haven't realized its gains because you're pouring all the money back into the business, if the business is valued at $1 billion, right? And I was told there wasn't going to be any math on this interview, but I guess there's going to be. You're talking about tens of millions of dollars that you have to pay because you have a business, or if you have stockholders, if you haven't realized the gains in your stock. It doesn't matter if you don't have that money. You have to pay that in taxes. No one can do that. Okay, that is a horrific albatross to have on you. And what that has done is driven people away. Now they've tried wealth taxes all over the world, and they have all failed spectacularly. Okay. And to be clear again, the rich don't pay their fair share, right? How often do you hear that? Okay, a couple of statistics, which I think is really, really helpful here, is that the top 1%, I'm going to read the notes because these numbers are important. The top 1% of earners, right, they pay 40% of all taxes. They earn 20% of all earnings, yet pay 40%. The bottom 50% pay 3% of all taxes, but earn 13%. Okay, the bottom 50, I'm sorry these stats, but they're important. The bottom 50% pay 4% of their income in taxes. Okay, and the top 1%, they pay 27% of their income that they get in taxes. So you tell me, the rich don't pay their fair share. The rich are carrying this country. Okay, and what you're doing is you're trying to make them flee and leave. And by the way, if you do this writ large across the country, they're going to leave the country also because they just simply can't afford to do it.
As long as when they move to those red states, and we're seeing that's a similar trend from New York as well to places like Texas and Florida and Tennessee, just don't keep voting the same way that you have, because a lot of these people fleeing California keep voting Democrat in their new home state. Ami Horowitz, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Always a pleasure.
Joining me now is celebrity and royal commentator Kinsey Schofield. Kinsey, let's start with Prince Harry. An insider has confirmed to royal expert Rob Shooter that Prince Harry is now charging a small fee of $50,000 US. Doesn't sound small, but it is for a prince. This is for speaking appearances. This is a far cry from the millions he was charging per speech when he and Meghan ditched the royal family back in 2020. It sounds like the Duke's rivers of gold have dried up, Kinsey.
I mean, actions have consequences. I really have a hard time taking someone seriously that quits nearly everything he starts, doesn't get along with anyone in his family, and casually and enthusiastically discusses their drug use. Truly, what does Prince Harry bring to the table? I mean, it's that royal proximity, which, thanks to Jeffrey Epstein, has even taken a hit. I'm surprised anyone would pay him anything. Seashells.
Seashells. Now, historian and author Andrew Lowney has said that King Charles should abdicate and hand the throne over to Prince William to save the monarchy and wipe the slate clean amid the continuing fallout from the Epstein files. Here's what he had to say.
Do you think that the clamour could literally end King Charles's reign?
Yes, I think it could. I mean, I think they seem unable to learn the lessons of the past. They've tried to shut the story down for years, to the extent of issuing legal threats against journalists, strong arm pressure to deny them access to royal interviews, etc. So the king has known about this. The Queen protected Andrew. The easiest thing would be for the king to abdicate.
Kinsey, there is widespread dissatisfaction with how the palace has dealt with this. They've known about some of these allegations for around 15 years or more.
You're right. I mean, people are very angry. There are certain people within the palace that have known about the allegations for quite some time. But are those people angry with the appropriate monarch? I spoke to Tom Bauer today, author of Rebel Prince, about King Charles, who told me that Charles has never gotten along with Andrew. They were never close. He would have no reason to know what Andrew was up to behind closed doors, who he was associating with. This is an inherited mess, and the Queen's advisors should have done a better job of protecting the future of the monarchy by being more ruthless towards Andrew sooner. I really have sympathy for the king here.
You would think the future king would be briefed about these sorts of allegations. If people were coming forward and threatening legal action, were saying these rumours were circulating, surely the future monarch would be advised, given that at some point they're going to be taking on this responsibility. It seems a very bizarre way of running things at the palace. Joe Rogan, on the other hand, has revealed that in 2017, he received an unwanted invitation to meet Jeffrey Epstein via one of the guests on his show. Here he is discussing what happened with Cheryl Hines.
I'm in the files for not going, because Jeffrey Epstein was trying to meet with me. This was like 2017. One of my guests was trying to get me to meet him. I was like, are you high? Like, what the are you talking about?
Joe Rogan is a long way from the former Prince Andrew. He could not be tempted to meet with Epstein, Kinsey. I don't think Joe Rogan is the type of man who can be bought or is susceptible to the likes of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, and this is just a friendly reminder that just because someone is mentioned within the DOJ email drop, it doesn't mean they're actually guilty of anything Epstein related. He was pursuing a relationship with Rogan. Rogan wasn't interested, and Rogan is there still name dropped. I'm so glad he told that story to put that distance between him and the convicted sex offender, because some people can't separate fact from fiction, and these documents have made people crazy.
Absolutely. And the same, you could argue for Donald Trump. His name's in the files, but it's in the files confirming that he was talking to authorities about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, encouraging them to investigate and charge them. This was before Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of being a pedophile. Okay, Kinsey, let's talk about the Winter Olympics, and Norwegian biathlete Sturla Holm Lagerud has caused quite a stir after publicly and tearfully admitting to cheating on his girlfriend following his bronze medal win. He had plenty to say, Kinsey. Do we know much more about the status of this relationship? Has the ex-girlfriend taken him back?
Absolutely not. She's not buying the grand gesture. The Olympic medalist's ex says it's hard to forgive after his cheating, accusing him of turning their breakup into an Olympic spectacle. According to the tabloid BG that spoke to her, she stressed she wanted to remain anonymous. She says even a worldwide declaration of love isn't enough to repair the betrayal.
Good on her. I've got to say, I don't know who this woman is, but I am a fan. And I had to look online at some of the commentary, and I've got to say the sisterhood are telling her to stay away, because this guy could not stay faithful, Kinsey, for even 3 months. He explained in depth what happened here. Apparently met the love of his life 6 months ago, cheated on her within 3 months, and she kicked him to the curb. Now, I want to ask you about the TV ratings around the Super Bowl. We heard a lot of fake news about it being the most watched halftime show ever, but that doesn't seem to be accurate, because there seems to be quite a dip in the audience numbers. Nearly 10 million people stopped watching the Super Bowl during the halftime show. Tell me about what these figures reveal, Kinsey.
Yeah, I mean, the halftime show fumbled. Samba TV specifically reports only 26.5 million households watched, down 39% from last year's Kendrick Lamar set. Footage from inside the stadium, which I know you've seen on social media, shows a crowd that appeared very underwhelmed. And analysts noted viewership dropped to 88% during the performance, suggesting a notable chunk of the audience tuned out. And that's one of many organizers of these types of statistics. I just think it's the most significant one.
Now, Kinsey, Jill Zarin, I think that's how you pronounce her name. I've never heard of her, I've got to say, but she was left stunned by her sudden firing from E's upcoming reunion series, The Golden Life, after she savaged Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance, branding it the worst halftime show ever. How can that get you sacked? Surely you are entitled to that opinion.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this new E show is basically it's a reboot of The Housewives from Bravo. I'm actually pretty shocked by this story. Reality show housewives aren't necessarily known for socially acceptable behavior. These are the same women that flip dinner tables over. And a source close to Jill asked, if someone was offended, why couldn't this have been a teachable moment for the program? Why couldn't this have been a storyline? I completely agree. We don't debate anymore. That's not healthy. This woman was just fired for saying what half the country was complaining about. And I think it will hurt this reboot.
Well, if it's the same mob behind the Housewives franchise, I'm not shocked because they are super woke, super left, and obviously they don't tolerate a diversity of views. Kinsey Schofield, thank you so much for your time tonight.
This is Power Hour with Gabriella Power.
Hello and welcome to Power Hour. I'm Gabriella Power. Thank you for your company. Let's start by checking in on the mainstream media because right now, left-wing media outlets are having a meltdown. Why? Because Donald Trump has accepted a small number of refugees from South Africa. This week, the Trump administration granted 59 white South Africans refugee status because they're victims of government-sponsored racial discrimination in their homeland, according to the White House. This is what President Donald Trump had to say.
White farmers are being brutally killed and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. And the newspapers and the media, television media doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they'd talk about it. That would be the only story they'd talk about.
So the Trump administration has granted refugee status to these 59 men, women and children because there have been a spate of murders of farmers in South Africa. And yet the same mainstream media outlets that seem to have no problem with Joe Biden's open border policy that allowed almost 10 million illegals to cross the border, including some on a terror watch list, suddenly have an issue with these 59 refugees from South Africa being granted asylum in the US. This is some of what went to air on MSNBC's panel, where nearly every commentator sounded devastated that America was taking in these men, women and children. And one guest even suggested that the situation in South Africa isn't that serious because, quote, only a small handful of white farmers have been murdered.
There's just been a small handful of farmers that have been killed over the past 10 years. No land has actually been expropriated. So it's just a farce and a sham and a moral ugliness.
Only a handful. In recent years, there have been 300 farm attacks and at least 50 murders. Not that any amount should be okay. But the hysteria does not stop there on MSNBC. Here is their political analyst, Donna Edwards, suggesting that Donald Trump is only doing this because he's racist.
Well, in my view, what makes it different is that they are white South Africans. The president, in my view, has not hidden his racism behind a bushel. In fact, in his policies, whether it's removing government workers or, in this case, admitting white South Africans while denying refugee status, asylum seekers from other countries, principally Central and South American and Black nations to come into this country. And so I think that, this policy, while it's not surprising in this action, really speaks of the underlying message in this that disrespects and shows disdain for people of color.
On Monday, the 59 refugees arrived in the United States and many held up USA flags and posters thanking President Donald Trump. And this MSNBC reporter will tell you that it is appalling to suggest that these people would likely assimilate in America. And this reporter even went so far to suggest that there is no race-based violence in South Africa.
The Trump administration, they're saying that essentially these white South Africans
assimilate better, and they're also not as much of a security risk. That's really causing a lot of people to be appalled, frankly. And I also should tell people that this violence that they're talking about that are dealing with these Afrikaners, I've been hearing from people that say there is violence in South Africa, but it's affecting everybody of every single race, Katie.
Once again, the mainstream media in meltdown. They're not just up to their old tricks, but they're straight up lying to you. Joining us now is Chief Economist at the Institute of Public Affairs, Adam Crichton. Adam, thank you so much for joining us. I want to get your thoughts on the media's reaction to the Trump administration's decision to welcome a group of 59 white South African refugees because they are facing violence and discrimination at home. Now, the left-wing media seem to be panicking about this, and there were even suggestions on Don Lemon's podcast that farmers that are coming in could be replacing farmers here in America. Take a listen to this.
The white Afrikaners who were allowed into the country and what that means for the black folks and the black farmers, what's going to end up, and the black farmers who've lost so much land over the decades here in the United States because of the racist policies. What does this do? What does this mean? When you see this, what do you think?
Well, Don, this is a slap in the face to America's black farmers right now. Here you have the President of the United States flying in white farmers.
And it's not just on that podcast, on outlets like MSNBC. There's just so much of that type of language getting thrown out there. It seems that there's a bit of a double standard here. There were no problems when there was Joe Biden's open border policy, letting in millions of illegals crossing the border. But now that we have 59 refugees from South Africa, well, that's alarming.
Yeah, look, it is just hilarious. As you say, there've been at least 5 million migrants pour into the United States during the Biden administration, depending on what figures you look at, and the left largely celebrated that in the US. They certainly didn't complain, and it just is laughable that these 59 white farmers from South Africa, which I understand have been granted refugee status, will be allowed in the US, and they do suffer persecution, as I understand it, back in South Africa. So I think it's perfectly valid of the US to let them in. I mean, I think probably the left's angry about it because these 59 farmers probably would end up voting for the Republican Party if they ever became US citizens. And, maybe this is too cynical, but I think the reason the left generally likes huge amounts of immigration is because those immigrants tend to support the Democrat Party eventually.
Yeah, it's a very valid point. Look, I want to talk to you about the trade war. Right now, global stock markets are soaring in the wake of the trade truce between the US and China. Now, the agreement implements a 90-day cooling off period, bringing a temporary end to the trade war. So US tariffs on Chinese imports, which were jacked up to 145% last month, will be scaled down to 30%, and Beijing lowered its tariffs from 125% to just 10%. Now, this is what Donald Trump has had to say about dealing with China.
One of the things I think that could be most exciting for us and also for China is that we're trying to open up China because, as you know, many years ago we opened up the USA. Now it's time for China to open up, and that's part of our deal. And we're going to open up China. To me, that's the most exciting part. But yeah, we made a deal. The relationship is very good. I've always had a good relationship with President Xi. It was interrupted because of COVID, obviously. But outside of that, I've always had a great relationship, a lot of respect for him. And we'll see how that all works out. But we have the confines of a very, very strong deal with China. But the most exciting part of the deal, it was mentioned, but we don't talk about it yet. That's the opening up of China to U.S. business. And that would be like opening up a whole new world, and I think it would be even better for China.
Adam, what's your assessment of where this is at the moment?
Well, look, I think the fact that there's a deal is fantastic. Okay, it's only 90 days, but if you go back a month or so, I think most commentators thought the world was practically going to end with all the discussion of the tariffs. But both the Chinese and the Americans have been sensible and pragmatic, and they've reduced those tariffs from, as you say, 3 figures to 2 figures. I think 30% tariffs now on Chinese goods going into the US and 20% the other way. So they are significantly higher, but obviously much, much lower. And trade will continue between the two countries. This is great for Australia too, of course, because China obviously buys a lot of our exports, and things that are bad for the Chinese economy are certainly bad for the Australian economy too. So So we should celebrate that here. But the point that Trump makes there is broadly right. The US has been fairly conducive to free trade for a very long time, and other countries are not. The places like China and also the European Union have imposed a whole array of tariff and non-tariff barriers on American goods. And so the US president, has every right to be frustrated by those and to seek their removal.
And as you say, just a month ago, it was as if the world was ending. And it's always good to have your perspective here on Power Hour, because so much of the mainstream media were freaking out.
I was right.
That's right. Is it too early to say you were right? Look, let's just go back for weeks and look at some of the headlines and the messages that we were being told. In The Economist, that had the headline, President Trump's mindless tariffs will cause economic havoc. And if you listen to the Democrats, well, this is what Elizabeth Warren claimed would happen to the economy.
Comes in and basically starts the dumbest trade war in the history of this country. This is going to be about potentially millions of people losing their jobs. It's going to be about millions of people losing their savings, many of people losing their retirement security, and at the same time taking on even higher costs for everything they buy. So that's going to push us in potentially to foreclosures or people being pushed out of their apartments. I remember this from 2008 and how long it took us to dig our way out. And to this day, there are families, there are communities that still haven't recovered. Recessions can be all those fancy charts and graphs, but at the end of the day, people feel them one person at a time, and they can be devastating.
Adam, and in just a matter of weeks, we've seen the stock market recover. We've seen a deal being done. You were right.
Yeah, look, the jobless rate in the US is still very low, as I understand it, below 5%, I think. As you say, the stock market's been booming again. Look, it's early days. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I mean, clearly forecasts like that have just been proved hopelessly wrong so far. I mean, as a general rule, things are never quite as bad or good as they seem. That's kind of my philosophy in life. So, when you see hysteria, it's probably misplaced. And we certainly saw a lot of that in relation to these deals. So, look, let's just wait and see. It's not only the US and China that have a deal. The US and the UK have a deal, I understand. So I think what we're going to see US tariffs settle around the 10 to 30% mark on most countries, and it's going to be effectively a revenue raiser for the US government. And they may use some of that revenue to try to cut income taxes. We have to wait and see. But look, it's not going to be as disastrous as some people thought.
Oh, great to have your perspective, as always. And look, also let's talk about US inflation data that is in. Inflation was softer than expected in April, slowing to its lowest rate in more than 4 years. The consumer prices rose 2.3% in April from a year earlier, which is the lowest annual inflation reading since 2021. Now, this has sparked a fresh push, I guess, from President Trump to see interest rates slashed. What do you make of it?
Well, look, firstly, this is quite funny too, because that was the month where the huge tariffs came in and inflation was supposed to explode, but actually inflation went down. So it's kind of funny, right? So inflation is basically in the US where it should be, between 2 and 3%. There's no worrying signs yet. Trump, for all of his life, all of his career, has always been for lower interest rates, and he likes to badger the Fed to lower rates. That is ultimately up to the Fed in the US, just like it's up to the RBA here to change interest rates independently. So we'll just wait and see what they do. They will probably cut them, I would say. Central banks have a proclivity, basically an inclination to cut rates when they can. And if there's no inflation, they will typically cut them. So when the US cuts, we'll probably see cuts here in Australia too. So that's good for people with home loans.
Absolutely. Finally, I want to get your thoughts on Donald Trump's trip to the Middle East. We've seen Saudi Arabia commit to investing $600 billion in the US in a deal that's set to strengthen America's energy, security, defence industry and access to global infrastructure. Qatar Airways has signed a deal worth more than $200 billion for the purchase of more than 150 Boeing jets. Now, the president has celebrated the deal as the biggest in Boeing's history. What's your assessment of the president's tour in the Middle East and the deals that he's been able to do?
Well, these deals are great for US corporations. I mean, he thinks of himself as a great deal maker, and he's made some great deals here. I think the more general point is it's good that he's he's visiting these Arabic countries. I mean, he's visiting the president of Syria. These were largely no-go zones for previous presidents, but he's being very pragmatic, I think, in world affairs. He's dealing with Israel, he's dealing with the Arab countries, he's dealing with Russia, he's dealing with Ukraine. I mean, he wants to be a peace president, I think, and I think that it's good that he's out there meeting people. From what I hear, Trump in person is very personable and likable, and I think that's worked in Saudi Arabia. You can see it.
Adam Crichton, Chief Economist at the Institute of Public Affairs. Thank you so much for your time. Love having you on Power Hour.
Thanks for having me.
President Donald Trump is right now touring the Middle East. He arrived in Saudi Arabia on Tuesday, where he secured major deals. He signed a strategic economic partnership with Saudi Arabia for energy, defence, mining and space-based agreements that total $600 billion. Now, Donald Trump also says that this deal could lead to the creation of 2 million jobs in the US. Joining us now is independent journalist Brittany Hopper. Brittany, it's great to see you again. Let's talk about this trip in the Middle East. Donald Trump also announced that he'd be lifting sanctions on Syria, offering Syria a chance for greatness, in his words. And during his speech in Saudi Arabia, the president insisted that he is a peacemaker and a unifier. Let's take a listen.
As I said in my inaugural address, my greatest hope is to be a peacemaker and to be a unifier. I don't like war. We have the greatest military, by the way, in the history of the world. I rebuilt our military in my first 4 years and rebuilt it into the most powerful military there is. And you saw that when I knocked out ISIS in 3 weeks.
The president has now touched down in Qatar, and the Qataris rolled out the red carpet for 47. He was greeted by local leaders and joined a Qatari state dinner. And Donald Trump signed a series of agreements there, including a huge deal which will see Qatar Airways buying more than 150 aircraft from Boeing. This is their largest order ever, and Qatar Airways is spending more than $200 billion on it. So, Brittany, looking at what Donald Trump has been able to achieve in the Middle East, it seems pretty extraordinary in such a short period of time. What do you make of it all?
I don't even know what to make of it. I have mixed emotions and feelings about this because I am a proud Jewish Zionist. And, we know that Qatar is one of the major funds for Hamas. At the same time, it's known, I voted for Trump. I am a pro-Trumper. But I do think that we have not seen a president, an American president, come together like this with folks in the Middle East to try and bring peace. And so it gives me hope. And I'm hopeful that we might reach a point that there can be some peace within this region, because I think no matter what, whether you're a Jewish Zionist, whether you are a Palestinian, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're whatever you are, Christian, whatever you may be, I think at this point, everyone around the world wants peace in this region. Absolutely. So perhaps Trump will help with that. He is certainly doing a lot more than we've seen any other past presidents do. So I will give him a lot of credit with that.
Well, Donald Trump says that he wants to strike a deal with Iran amid ongoing nuclear talks, but will cripple Iran's economy if it rejects this olive branch. Let's just take a listen to what Donald Trump's had to say.
I'm all for Iran. I want them to have a wonderful country and make a lot of money. They have great oil reserves. But if you remember, when I was president, Iran was broke because I placed secondary sanctions, meaning you couldn't buy, if you bought oil, you couldn't deal with the United States. And people make a lot of money dealing with the United States. So basically, they weren't selling any oil to almost anybody. It was down to a trickle, almost nothing. And by the time it all came about, after a couple of years, they had no money. And they didn't have money for Hamas, they didn't have money for Hezbollah, they didn't have any money at all. And we had no threat. And when Biden came in, he took off the sanctions and he let them get very rich. And now they have $350 billion or more.
Trump calls Iran the most destructive force in the Middle East and blames the regime for instability across the region. Brittany, can I get your reaction to his comments on Hannity?
I mean, Trump is completely right. everything that Trump does, there's always a reason behind it, and a very calculated reason. So I have to believe that this is all for a reason, even accepting the jet that he accepted. And I think it's left a lot of us like, huh? So, extending this olive branch to Iran, we just have to see. I think there's more questions than answers right now. And I really truly feel that Trump is trying to have everyone's best interest here, and the ultimate goal is peace, while maintaining Israel's existence, having Israel's back as well. So I have to believe that all of this is just happening for a reason, and it's for the greater good of bringing peace in the region over there. Iran cannot get nuclear weapons. We know this, and Trump knows this, and Trump said it perfectly on Hannity. So we know this. When Trump was in Qatar, he also mentioned how, the Arab nations around need to condemn the massacre that happened in Israel on October 7th, 2023. So, we're seeing talks that we've never really heard before in a really long time, at least. So that's hopefully moving in the right direction to try and get everyone kind of in line here. And I have to give Trump credit because he's the one who's kind of trailblazing this. Let's just hope that everyone's on board.
And there was some good news this week with the return of hostage Eden Ali.